Good morning. There we go. Good morning. See you guys slowly trickling in.
Oh, why?
Can you guys hear me? Let me see. There we go. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I see everyone trickling in. Welcome, welcome, welcome to our virtual event today. I am Cinnamon Success, your official hostess or master of ceremonies for this wonderful morning and afternoon. I hope everybody's ready for some virtual energy, and I need a lot of participation. Since we all can't be in a room together today, I need to feel virtual participation. That means I need those reactions, I need those likes, I need those comments. And the more you comment, the more you interact, the better chance you have at winning some gift cards that I'm giving away today. So you've got to be active. I need to know that you're listening, that you're in the room. I need some virtual energy. That's what I need. Some love, some virtual energy. Boy, technology certainly has grown, hasn't it? Well, guys, once again, I am your official hostess, Cinnamon Success, and I'd like to go ahead and get things started. Now, without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the man of the hour. He is an expert on building partnerships and relationships with businesses, and has worked with some of the most powerful and influential people in the entire world. And without further ado, one of the men of the hour, Mr. John Talarico.
All right. Thank you, Cinnamon. Really appreciate it. And congratulations to these 20 amazing speakers today. Good morning, everyone. Yes, as Cinnamon said, my name is John Talarico. I'm the co-creator of the Power Voice Summit, and along with the legendary Mr. Les Brown. Stay tuned, you guys. Mr. Brown will be joining us in just a couple minutes. And so don't go anywhere. Share this page, like this page. We've got an amazing afternoon today for you. Today is our third summit where we feature every couple months. We feature and showcase 20 of our Power Voice students who have taken the training and applied and implemented what Mr. Brown has taught them on how to discover their power voice. Not only have they discovered their voice, but they've unleashed their passion and their purpose. And today we're going to get to hear their story and how they're working to change the world. Imagine if you guys were able to be taught for 7 weeks live by the greatest motivational speaker of our generation, right? The godfather of greatness, as I like to call him, having him teach you each week how to find that right story, how to find and discover your voice, how to bring it out, how to get the audience to know, like, and trust you, how to hold their attention, keep it and direct it, and get them to do what you want them to do, right? How to win over your audience. All this and so much more is what we cover in these 7 weeks. So stop waiting on your goals and dreams. Take action today. Watch these 20 speakers today, and I want you to start to make a decision today that I'm going to be one of those 20 next month. All right, so I want you to stop putting off your goals and dreams. Each student today is going to have 10 minutes to share their story. Mr. Brown will come on throughout the day and share his thoughts and discuss briefly with you how you can be one of these 20 students. I want you to remember, a single story can change the world, right? For most of these speakers, 7 weeks ago, this was just a dream. For some, it wasn't even a dream yet. This was the furthest thing from their mind, and yet they hungered and desired for more in their life, and they took action, and they joined us on the Power Voice training. They made a committed decision, they persisted, and they persevered, and now look, they're being featured around the world, and this summit will go out to at least 80, 90, 100,000 people, broadcast live on Mr. Brown's social media platforms. So remember, as Mr. Brown always says, it's possible. Not only is it possible, but it's necessary. The world needs to hear your voice. They need to hear your story, and there's no better time than now. Attention, as Mr. Brown says, is the new currency, and it's time that you started cashing in on your currency, right? So that being said, please support all the speakers. Again, we've got some amazing giveaways throughout the day today. Mr. Brown will come on several times throughout the day as well. And without further ado, let me turn this over to my dear friend, my business partner, the greatest motivator of our generation and of our time, the legendary Mr. Les Brown. Welcome, sir.
Hello, how are you? It's a plum pleasing pleasure as well as a privilege to be here. I'm fired up and I'm hungry. I'm excited about these 20 speakers who've decided that their voices and their story needs to be told and heard. It was one Warren Buffett. He talked about the power of communication. He said, if a man is in a dark room and if there's a woman there and he winks at her, nothing happens. Okay, that you have to be seen, you have to be heard. And so when you look at these 20 speakers, I want you to think about these are the individuals that will be going forward to transform people's lives in a very difficult and challenging time, where the suicide rate is soaring, where the eviction and foreclosure rate is soaring, where millions of people are losing their jobs and feeling hopeless and powerless and having a sense of, I can't make it. Now more than ever, we need voices that can let them know it doesn't matter what happens to you. What happens most is what happens in you. And they will begin to stir their greatness to get them out of their fear, into their faith, and into their greatness. So congratulations to all of you. I'm watching you. I'm hungry to see you. And now, Cinnamon, bring it, my sister. Bring it on up in here, up in here.
Yes, I'm hungry too. I am so ready. I love this virtual energy. Guys, once again, I told you all throughout the day, I'm going to be doing some giveaways. So I need some virtual participation. And that means I need some reactions. I need some comments, all of that good stuff. I need to feel the vibes virtually. And without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and get into our first guest speaker. Now, this guest speaker is a CEO of the America's Health Options, also is a managing partner of the Guaranteed Legacy LLC. And he's going to talk about don't do tomorrow what you can do today. Without further ado, Mr. Clive Fowler.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Clive Fowler, and I want to thank you for taking the time today to spend some time with me to talk about change and how it affects the pursuit of success. The global coronavirus pandemic has changed the landscape of the way we work, the way we play, and the way we approach each other. Now, I'm not sure what's going to happen and how we're going to land when we come through this. But one thing I'm certain of, and that is life is constantly changing. Only those who are willing to embrace change and to adjust will be equipped to handle future life crises. Change is the principle of life, and that means that everything in life will eventually change. The way the river runs down the mountain today will not be the same tomorrow because it takes a piece of the mountain with it as it flows. The way a caterpillar transitions into a butterfly is more evidence that change is in the essence of creation. It is part of life, and that makes it inevitable. Scripture says that to everything there's a season, and to every purpose under heaven there is a time for it. Simply put, if you're having seasonal challenges right now, they won't last. This too will pass. The climate of the world today may have delayed you from finding employment, but I'm here to tell you that delayed does not necessarily mean denied. When you understand this, you won't have to be pressured into making a permanent decision in a temporary problem. I believe that there are three types of people in this world: the poor, the rich, and the wealthy. Poor people like to talk about money and the lack thereof. Rich people like to talk about things and acquiring more of it. But wealthy people, they like to talk about ideas. All three are in a relentless pursuit for something, but only one of them really understands the principles of success and how change affects it. I'm going to say something a little controversial right about now. Success is not something that you should ever pursue. I know it's controversial, but I said it anyway. You should never pursue success, but rather let success pursue you. The question is, how do I do that? The pen of inspiration says that where there is no vision, the people perish, and lack of knowledge is swiftly followed by failure. There's a misconception that has been running around this planet since the beginning of time, And that misconception is that money controls the world. I have news for you today. Ideas attract money. And if this is true, then a timely idea can control the world. If you want to insulate your psyche and safeguard your future, stop looking for money. I know this sounds crazy, but you got to trust me on this. Stop looking for money. Try this instead. Elevate your mind to create new ideas. You will find that financial results will naturally flow to you because you become a person of valuable ideas. In these pandemic times, people are stressed looking for employment. Well, here's a bright idea. Why don't you position yourself differently this time? Instead of looking for employment, why not look for deployment instead? When you're employed, someone else is benefiting from your energy. But when you deploy your gifts and your talents, you're using your own energy to be productive. Instead of waiting for someone to employ you, why not create your own assignment? Remember this fundamental truth. Employment is based on your skill sets, and they can always fire you whenever they want to because your skills no longer fit their needs. But your assignment, this is based on your gift sets, and no one can take that from you. Let me put it another way. Your job is where you go to get compensation for your activity, but your assignment, this is where you go to get fulfillment from your creativity. When you discover your assignment, you will no longer need employment because your assignment is what makes you valuable and productive. Remember, you can always retire from your job, but you can never retire from your assignment because your assignment is you, and you're not allowed to quit on you, not on my watch. So don't pursue money. Learn to respect it, reserve it, protect it, nurture it with valuable ideas. Get an idea, and money will soon pursue that idea. Your assignment at that point is to become a byproduct of that idea. I like to call that true wealth. Having said all this, the question is, how can I change my stinking thinking to become a person of productive ideas and vision? By beholding, you become changed. That's what scripture says. But what does it mean by that? You are becoming what you're looking at. If you're looking at the problem, then you will eventually become a part of the problem. I like to suggest a fresh approach. My favorite book, the Bible, says, if you acknowledge God in all your ways and you don't follow your own understanding, but rather commit your plans to Him, He will show you the right path. In other words, seek divine direction so that you can do the right things for the right reasons, hook up with the right people, and not spend your energies on things that are not profitable to you. Sometimes what you need is not more resources, but a better direction. Change. It produces 4 types of characters in this life. I like to call them squatters, lookers, dreamers, and movers. Squatters like to sit down and watch change happen to them. Lookers like to watch change happening around them. Dreamers are aware that something is happening within them, but they never do anything to materialize it. And the dreamers are just sitting there. The movers tend to be more proactive. They take an effect and they make sure that whatever happens to them is they have some involvement in it. Now, I got to caution you. Change does not necessarily always mean improvement. But without change, you cannot have any improvement. You must decide what to do with change. Otherwise, change can become destructive. Let me give you an inspirational vitamin for today. In your evolution of change, never judge your success by other people's accolades, but rather judge your success by God's instruction for your life and how you've applied yourself to that instruction. I've concluded that we are very knowledgeable people, but we're not very wise. We've collected a lot of information. We have books all around us every day, but we've never sought divine revelation to apply the information that we've collected. So don't judge yourself by the masses and what they think about you. Judge yourself by what God told you to do and your obedience to that instruction. Let me wrap this up for you. The past is the past, but the future, it's your choice. You cannot do anything about your past, but what you can do is design where you're going in the future. It is not what you do that's the question, but it's why you're doing what you're doing. That is the question. Here's the thing. Time, right here. It wastes nothing and it doesn't wait on anybody. This year will end. Next year will begin. The question is, where are you going? Where are you headed and why? Some of you are on the wrong track right now and you don't even know it. You have never taken the time to figure out where you want to be in life. Today, right now, this very moment in time is your opportunity to design your future and redirect your life. If you're looking to make a difference, to impact the quality of people's lives, and to make a little money while you're at it, then consider what I do. And I'd love to share it with you if you'd like to learn more about it. We have a roadmap to success and a blueprint to fulfillment. Take the action you need to take right now. Embrace change. Swap the G in change for the letter C and give yourself a chance. Change the letter N to the letter R and take charge of your life. I'm Clive Fowler, and you can find me on the CliveFowlerShow.com. Any member of my team will be more than happy to help you build a soundly constructed car for the road of life. Thank you for spending this time with me today, and I'll see you on the road.
Yes, thank you. That was an extremely powerful message. And the one thing that struck me the most was the judge by my obedience to God. I'm like, okay, yes. Because when you depend on other people's accolades, that will control your energy. So you got to focus it on the bigger being. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yes. I'm loving the way that this is starting. I, in the beginning, said I was hungry, and I am definitely getting fed. So I need to see those comments still going. I need to see those reactions. I need to see all of that interaction. Guys, this is great energy virtually. So without further ado, our next speaker is an author, a speaker, a mentor, and a trailblazing woman of God. So without further ado, Miss Simone Smith. Precious Simone Smith. Excuse me.
It's okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Precious, and I want to talk to you all out there, and I want to ask you all a question out there in the audience. How many of you know that life happens to all of us? Nobody is exempt. Nobody is exempt from the trials, the blows, the disappointments, the setbacks of life. There are going to be some things that are going to stop you dead in your tracks. There are going to be some things that are going to catch you completely off guard. You see, it really doesn't make sense to me that as I look back over my life, there was a period of time that I asked myself, why me? You see, someone said, why not you? Who else would you suggest? You want to give us some names, some email addresses? Well, I had some names, some email addresses, some business cards, some license plates. I had some places to send my pain and my problems to. You see, I was 25 years old when I married the man that I believed that I loved. And within 7 months, he began to change his mind about me. And at that point, I was invited to the biggest pity party of my life. Why me? I'm faithful. Why me? I'm loving. Why me? I'm caring. Why me? I'm thoughtful. Even deeper. Why me? I'm a woman of prayer. I'm a woman of faith of all people. Why me? Have you been there? And if you have, I want you to write in the comments, Precious, I've been there. And if you haven't, keep living because there are going to be some jobs, some situations, some opportunities, some people. There are going to be some things that are going to change their mind about you. Life happens. It happens to us over and over and over again. So it's true. Think it not strange, the fiery trials that come to test you, because you will, not you might, you will have trials and tribulations. There are going to be some things that are just going to come for your life. I don't care how calculated, how cute, how handsome, how sophisticated, how educated, or your religious beliefs or your upcoming. It does not matter. Life is going to come and knock hard at your front door. I'm telling you, you're going to get out of bed in the morning and there's going to be some news that's waiting on you or somebody you love and care about. And that's when it's going to hurt too. You see, I thought that there was a shelf over here reserved for those disappointments, for those who were evildoers. And there was a shelf reserved over here for those who had treated people good. And there were joys that was reserved for them. Well, I was wrong. Life happens to all of us. Nobody is exempt. You see, Forrest Gump was right. He said, Mama always said, life's like a box of chocolate. You never know what you're going to get. Ladies and gentlemen, life happens. It happens. So I want you to consider these things that are common sense, but not necessarily common practice. These 3 things. I want you to type this down in the comment section. Master yourself. See, there's a reason why we are told that life happens, but it's not necessarily about what's happening to you as it is about what's happening on the inside of you. It's about how you are responding to life and not how you are reacting to life. Some things happen for you. There are some things that happen to you, but I'm telling you, there are some things that happen for you. They're for your good. They're for your benefit. Hey, when you master yourself, it doesn't matter what people say about you. When you master yourself, it doesn't matter what people have done to you. You leave that in the past. Don't you dare bring that into your present and let it rob you of your present and of your future. The Apostle Paul said, one thing I do, I die daily. He said, I press towards the mark. I forget those things which are behind, and I reach forward to the things which are ahead. I press towards the mark of the higher calling. Ladies and gentlemen, you have a higher calling. And every day you get up, you're going to be releasing things and letting things go. I want you to type this in the comment section. Let go or be dragged. So many people fail to move forward in life because they're holding on to toxic, negative, energy draining relationships and things that are weighing them down. And as they look back, it compromises them of their power and they get stuck in the past. Let go or be dragged. I can tell you how I know. I held on to it. I lost my smile. I became a person I didn't recognize. My friends, they would call me and they would say, Precious, do you want to hang out? You want to spend some time? And I would say, no, life's too hard. It's too painful. I don't want to go out there and be reminded of the things that I've gone through, the moments that I've shared, the memories that I have with. I don't want to go out there and be reminded life's hard. I want to stay inside. I didn't share it with my family and friends because I was embarrassed and I was ashamed. I held on to it. I had some silent pain and some silent tears. But I had to get some help. I had to say, Precious, this is not you. You cannot stay here. You are so much more than where you are. I had to get some help so that I can learn how to forgive and learn how to let go. It's going to take some time, but I'm telling you, you have to get around a supportive and positive network. You might have to get some counseling. You might have to get some therapeutic help so that you can learn how to let go. Let go or be dragged. Listen. If you don't let go, it will define you. If you don't let go, it will take control of your life. If you don't let go, it will rob you of your present, of relationships, of your power and everything in your destiny. Let go or be dragged. Get some help, not because you are weak, but because you want to remain strong. Get help. Don't do this thing called life by yourself. Hey, Rocky Balboa said it best. Nobody is going to hit you as hard as life, but it's not how hard you hit. But it's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. It's about how much you can take and keep moving forward. Let go or be dragged. I want you to type this next one in the comment section. Take ownership of your life. You've mastered it. Now what? You've conquered it. Now what? You've overcame so much. Now what? You position yourself to be a winner. You position yourself to encourage, to empower, to inspire others. Now what? Hey, you have a greater awareness about yourself now. Now what? That person that was in the past that allowed that madness, they are no longer there. I think about how we all have moments in our lives where we look back and we say, what state of mind that I was in that I allowed that madness? Ladies and gentlemen, that Precious is dead. She got her smile back. Take ownership of your life. People can smell a victim. Master yourself. Live from a place of power, a place of courage, a place of strength. Master yourself. Take ownership of your life. You only get this thing called life once. Master yourself. You only get one shot at this. Helen Keller was right. Life is short and unpredictable. Eat the dessert first. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I think about this COVID. I think about COVID has shown us that life will snatch a rug from up underneath you. We could not anticipate this year. We could not anticipate the things that was coming. Life happened. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I wish I could tell you that life was going to be carefree. I wish I could tell you that it was going to be problem free and that you were going to walk through this thing smooth sailing. I'm telling you, you're not. Life is going to happen. But what the coronavirus has taught us is that, hey, you have got to take ownership of your life. You have to master your mind, your soul, your will, and your emotions. You have to position yourself to take ownership of your feelings and, hey, work on yourself. Life is going to happen. Commit yourself as you think about your life, your goals and your dreams and where you are in life. Think about what you want to do, your aspirations and everything on the inside of you. I want you to think about your life and say, I must commit to the internal work. I need to work on myself and do whatever it takes for me to position myself to be better in life. Master yourself. Work on yourself. And as you journey, understand that there is power in pursuit. There's power in pursuit, that you commit yourself to do everything you need to do, that there's passion in pursuit. And like Maya Angelou said, in your journey, you may encounter many defeats, but you must not be defeated. In fact, it might be necessary for you to encounter the defeats so that you can know who you are, that you can know what you can rise from, and that you can know how you can come out of it. Hey, so when you work on yourself, you will begin to see a different person evolve spiritually, emotionally, and mentally. That once you get to where you are, the person on the inside of you, that they will say, my brother, my sister, I've been waiting on you to live. I've been waiting on you to come forth. I've been waiting on you to dream again. I've been waiting on you to believe. I've been waiting on you to smile again. Let's do this thing. Let's take this thing called life on together because I've been waiting on you. Ladies and gentlemen, you can begin again. Master your life. Take ownership. My name is Precious, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. You can find me on www.precioussimone.com, or you can follow me on Instagram at Precious Simone Inspires. I am here, and I'm in the inspiring business. Take your life back.
Okay, master yourself. Yes. Keep feeding us the motivational vitamins. I love it. Love it. Appreciate your testimony. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I see that participation over there. Yes, keep those reactions going. Keep those comments coming. We love it. We love all the virtual energy. And we're going to keep this thing moving right along. And our next speaker is the founder of the mentorship program called 1 in 3 to Free, in which she helps women free themselves from violence for good. She's going to talk about escaping mediocrity and living the life you were born to live. All right, Miss Jessica Boyd.
Welcome. Hi, thank you so much. Hi, my name is Jessica Boyd. I'm the founder of 1 in 3 to Free. Thank you for tuning in today. And my first question is, how many of you like to laugh? Raise your hand. I love jokes. I've always loved jokes. I was buying books called The Healing Power of Humor back in high school. One of the greatest parts of 2020 are all the creative memes that have come about. Humor can be very healing in the time of turmoil. Please drop your favorite meme of 2020 in the chat. And after you do that, I'd like to invite you to think about the number 2020. To me, I'd like to invite you to think about what it meant for you before this year. To me, 2020 has always meant perfect vision. But when you look into what 2020 vision actually is, it's your ability to see clearly at a distance of 20 feet in front of you. So having 2020 vision doesn't actually mean you have perfect vision. Perfect vision is being able to look beyond 20 feet in front of you. We've all been through some tough stuff this year, and that number may have a different meaning for you, but I'd like you to reflect on this last year. How has 2020 helped you to sharpen your vision of the future? How many of you have goals and dreams you'd like to achieve? Raise your hand and put a 1 in the chat box if you have a goal or vision you'd like to achieve. Some people think about getting a promotion. Some people think about buying a home, putting their child through college, or maybe just having the miracle of healing. Believe it or not, when you look at me, you are looking at a woman who was once abused. It started from the house I grew up in. You're looking at a woman who was married, and in that marriage, discovered the true person I had married, a pretender around others, and behind closed doors, unpredictable anger. And I decided that no longer worked for me. I felt that I had a higher calling for me and my son. A wise woman once told me, we marry our unfinished business. Did you know that since COVID, divorce rates are up 40%? One of my favorite memes from 2020 is 2020 is still better than my first marriage. That resonates with probably about 50% of you. And it's funny if you got out of your marriage before this year. But it's not so funny if you're quarantined with the wrong person. Some common reasons for divorce are infidelity, domestic violence, and substance abuse. And those are all secondary reactions to improper dealing with emotions like anxiety and depression, which are also skyrocketing this year. And it makes sense that these numbers are going to get worse before they get better as we confront them. We have been given the opportunity this year to really look at where we are and where we are going. When I was going through the pain of my divorce, I knew there would be others that would navigate the same storm that I was going through. So I declared that I would speak and write about this experience. And here I am, speaking on a stage with my mentor, Les Brown, and 19 others that he's mentored. You know, I met Les Brown by Divine Connections just 2 years ago on YouTube. Who have you met by Divine Connection? Write in the chat. Tell me who you've met by Divine Connection. I thank the friend that sent me that 10-minute video clip so often because it changed my life. I watched that clip and many others hundreds of times. My next question to you is, are you living a life you love? I want you to think about that, and I want you to really think about what you want. And if the life you're living right now is not what you're envisioning, I want you to escape, because that's what I had to do. I want you to have a plan of action to leave that life behind. As you think about these goals and your dreams, and as you think about the life that you want to escape from, to begin to pursue this life that you really want, and as you think about your goals and your dreams, I want you to grab a pen and paper if you don't already have one and write this down. Number 1, hold the vision. Hold the vision in your mind's eye, and then hold it in your hands after you write it down. Carry it with you. Make up your mind that you're going to live a life that represents you and who you are. And that life for me was a relationship that was loving, encouraging, and not abusive. A high school coach introduced me to sports psychology. That's the first time I heard the concept, you have to be there before you can get there. Winning is 80% mental. This concept is not just for sports, but anything we want to achieve in life. It's hard to get where you're going if you don't know where that is. I knew what wasn't working in my life, and I had a vision of what I wanted. And I started working toward that. And so what does that look like for you? Because you can have it. Hold a vision in your mind of what you want for your life and yourself. And the second thing is build a support system. Don't try to do this by yourself, because in this thing called life, we all need someone who can get us through these rough patches. We reach a level of maturity that is perfected by the trials of life. To get something, you've got to go through something, but you don't have to do that alone. So I asked some friends for help. As you work on your goals and dreams, ask for help, not because you are weak, but because you want to remain strong. A lot of people won't ask for help due to pride. You have to get very vulnerable. I had to admit that the life I worked to create for 10 years was not the life that I wanted anymore. I had to admit that my picture perfect family was not so picture perfect after all. I told my friends and family, I told them what I was up against financially and emotionally. And I didn't stop until I got the help. And I gathered all the resources I needed to, including a protective order. Number 3, create a protective order for your mind. Create an escape plan to leave a life that's drained the life out of you, to begin to pursue this life you really want. Develop the mental resolve that you're not going to look back no matter what. Let go of the negative people and cycles in your life, or you'll be drugged through all sorts of unpleasant experiences. You don't deserve that. You deserve the best life has to offer. I began to see clearly when my son was born. He gave me a new set of eyes to see through. Talk about corrective vision. I was up against a fork in the road. Stay and accept, or leave and leap into the unknown. Why do most people prefer known heavens or known hells to unknown heavens? I feared the unknown. A fear kills dreams, ladies and gentlemen. But I had a dream of a safe and peaceful home. And I came to a point where I feared more about what would happen if I stayed than what would happen if I left. I was on a walk the other day. I was rounding the corner of my street back to my home, and I saw it from a stranger outside looking in. This is the home I bought for me and my son. It was perfect. The home I didn't think I could get. In the neighborhood that I didn't think was possible for me, in a price range I didn't think I could afford. And I just looked at it in awe and said, wow, how did I get here? It's faith. It's holding the vision in your mind first. It's faith in believing that it will come to pass. So create the vision in your mind, build your support system, and don't look back. If you believe in this, type faith over fear in the comment box. Faith over fear. And the last thing is, you got to go to work on yourself. You got to go all out, invest in yourself, read the books, go to the seminars, and hire coaches. As Les Brown says, if you lose anything, lose money. You can get that back, but do not lose your time. My divorce coach said to me once, oftentimes we have more regret around the things we don't do, more regret around the actions we don't take. So don't wait. Do it now while there's still time. What is that decision you've been putting off that you know if you made it would change the course of your life right now? Don't wait for things to be ideal. They will never be ideal. We have learned that over and over again this year. So do what you can right now with what you have. My name is Jessica. I've been through some stuff and I've overcome some stuff. Don't let your history write your future. It was Martin Luther King Jr. that said, Lord, I ain't what I want to be. I ain't what I'm going to be, but thank God I ain't what I was. If you want to learn more about living a life you love and get your free guide, visit my website at 1and3tofree.com. That's 1and3tofree.com.
Yes, thank you, Jessica. That was great, man. Way to turn your pain into passion.
Yeah,
And bring it forward by your mentorship program. That is so wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing your journey with us on this virtual platform today.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Man. All these motivational vitamins, faith over fear, and lose money, not time. That is, it's going to stick with me forever. And I'm loving all of the participation, the reactions, the comments, all of those things. We are giving away some gift cards today. So please make sure you pay attention. Make sure you are engaged. We need that virtual energy. Now we're going to move this thing right along. And our next speaker is not only an actor, but he's a martial artist and public speaker. Okay. And he's actually been a stunt performer in a noted film, Black Panther. Okay. And we have Mr. Jay Wells joining us. Hello.
What's
Wakanda
good?
forever.
You know it all day. Yes, sir. Who? Yes, sir. Who? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard correctly. That is the battle cry from my warrior tribe, the Jabari warriors from the hit film Black Panther. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Again, I'm Jay Wells Jr. And yes, you heard correctly. I was a stunt performer in the hit movie Black Panther, which was a blessing. And I know if you're on here, one thing I know is that you're here because you have hopes, you have dreams, you have goals you're trying to accomplish. And being a Black Panther was one of mine. When I look back and think about what that movie meant to me, the fact that movie grossed over $1.3 billion, the fact that movie made me a SAG award winner, we won Best Stunt Ensemble for a motion picture for Black Panther, the fact that movie allowed young black boys and girls to see themselves represented in a way that they had never seen themselves represented before. And what comes to mind is passion. And if you can hear my voice, I want you to type passion in the box, right? Type passion right now. Passion will make way for your purpose. So I want you to write it down because consider this. I want you to remember this. If you can take it from your mind and write it down on a piece of paper, type it in the chat, put in something tangible that you can see, you can touch, you can hold, you're one step closer to making your dreams a reality, just making it real for yourself. So do that for me. So your passion will make way for your purpose. So what's that? What's my passion? I'm glad you asked. All right, I'm going to give you one clue. And if you know what it is, type it in the chat. Wax on, wax off. All right, you got me. You already said I'm a martial artist. The ancient art of karate. That's my passion. I spent a lot of blood, sweat, not a lot of blood, just a little bit of blood, a lot of sweat, and I think I might have shared one tear in the dojo, training, practicing karate to become better at it. Because I love karate with a passion. See what I did there? So yeah. So I kept going back and training, right? And one thing I want you to remember is that if you haven't found what your thing is here yet, once you discover that, you're probably not going to be good at it because you're just starting out. It's brand new for you. But remember this. It's worth it for you to keep going down that path, keep becoming better, keep practicing at your craft. It's going to pay off at the end. I promise you. So I'm in the dojo practicing everything. And even with my passion, I found what I like to do. I found my thing, right? I had naysayers. I say, what? My family didn't understand why I was spending time and money in the dojo practicing. And it's not that they didn't love me. They just couldn't see what I saw for myself, right? And I want you to remember this. There's a book I read called The Book of Five Rings. It's written by a famous samurai, undefeated samurai called Musashi Miyamoto. When you get a chance, read the book. He said this: perception is strong. Sight is weak. My family couldn't see what I perceived for myself, right? They couldn't see it. They understood working, going to a job 9 to 5. They couldn't see the end road for me, right? And I had to persevere through that. And I'm glad I did. Because had I listened to the naysayers, had I stopped when the going got hard, I never would have got my black belt in karate. I never would have got the chance to travel to Okinawa to receive my 4th degree black belt. I never would have been met with the opportunity to be a Guinness Book of World Record holder for the most people performing a kata at one time. I did that because I stayed the course. Passion making way for purpose. Fast forward. I'm in Atlanta. Movie industry popping off. They got an audition for Black Panther happening. And so at this time in my life, have you heard the term starving artist? The struggle is real. I'm delivering pizzas, $70 in my pocket. I'm trying to make my ends meet. But I was so broke at that point, I didn't even need my ends to meet. Just get on the phone with one another. Just make a phone call, please. That's how hard I was struggling. And so, anyway, I'm there. I get the phone call. Like, hey, can we speak to Jay? I'm like, yeah, this is Jay. Hey, listen, we got your phone number and your contact information. We got an audition happening tomorrow. Can you make it? Yes, I can. All right, see you in the morning. Yes! I get this big monumental audition. Go to bed, get up in the morning, grab my gear, go down to the studio for the audition. Once I get there, I see another gentleman, right? He's my type, a little bit bigger and everything. And so I say, wait a minute. What's he doing here at my audition? And then the reality of the situation hit me. It's an audition. They ain't say they booking you yet. You still got to go in here and prove yourself. Okay. Woosah. Collect my thoughts. Go inside. The other men and women are already hired on the project. They're there working. I see the other dudes ready to audition. Stunt coordinator says, throw your bag in the corner. Go over there with the rest of the guys building in a second. I said, all right. I walk over there. And I'm looking. I'm just seeing these monumental sized dudes. 6'3", 6'5", 6'9". So I go back over to the coordinator and say, hey, you sure you got me in the right area? Because these dudes is kind of big. Yeah, you in the right area. Go back over there. I'll be over in a second. All right. So I go over there, the coordinator. He shows us the combinations that we're going to be working with, right? And so it was a block, hit, hit, block, hit, hit. And mind you, karate, martial artists, we do this just warming up for our Kobudo training and Kobudo's weapons training. So I'm over there. He shows us the combination. First time, got it. Now, I look out the corner of my eye, see the dudes over there. Now, they had the physicality that they were looking for, but they didn't have the necessary skill set. Now, I didn't have the physicality they needed, but I did have the necessary skill set. Talk about David versus Goliath. God set this thing up for me to shine. So we get done with the audition, right? Coordinator comes over and talks to me after all the other guys leave. And he says, hey, so what you trying to do? You trying to be a stunt man? I said, yeah. So he gave me some pointers about the industry. He said, I got a feeling we're going to be seeing you next week. All right. Did not know what that meant yet. Go home, call my friend. I said, hey, did you cook? She said, yes. Great, I'm coming over. I'm hungry. Because breakfast is fundamental. So I'm eating pancakes and everything. Get a phone call. Hey, can we speak to Jay? Like, yeah, this is him. Hey, listen, this is Travis. What's your availability next week? Are you available? I'm like, yeah. So great. Just checking to see because we want to book you for Black Panther. We want to make sure you're available. Yes, I am. Great. We're going to send the paperwork over. See you next week. Great. Yes! And ladies and gentlemen, that is how I booked Black Panther. That was my path to Wakanda. That is how my passion made way for my purpose. Now, because of the success of this movie, and I'm attached to it, it opened up the doors for me in the entertainment industry to star in films that required action. I'm a stunt coordinator now. I'm coordinating fight scenes for movies and various projects. My passion made way for my purpose, right? Now, had I not stayed the course, I wouldn't have gotten to the place that I'm at now. So when you find your passion, right, when you find your purpose, you're not going to be good at it first, but it's worth it for you to stay the course, right? Because it happened to me. I know it can happen to you. You stay the course, you keep improving on your craft, your passion's going to make way for your purpose, right? So you can reach out to me at my website, www.jwellsjr.com. You want to find out more information, booking engagements, and hey, I got a special going on. The first 10 people that log into my website and message me, I got a free Zoom karate lesson for you. First 10 people. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. I'm Jay Wells Jr. Yes, sir! Who? Yes, sir! Who?
Well, thank you, Jay Wells. But I believe that you shed more than one tear. But we're gonna keep that between you and I. We gonna slide that one under the rug.
Maybe 3 tears.
But appreciate you sharing your story and your vision on this virtual platform with us today. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yes, ladies and gents, this is going great. All these motivational vitamins and great speakers. I am getting fed by the speaker. And I am ready to give away a gift card. So I need you, if you want to win a $50 gift card, I need you to share this stream on all your platforms. I need you to share it somewhere, and then I need you to write shared in the comments. Once you share it, write shared, and I'm going to pick a winner and give away some money today because it is Saturday. We're going to call, from now on, it's going to be our seasonal Saturday because we're going to claim this Saturday as our season. It's officially your season. All right. You're listening to this platform today. Hear all these great, powerful voices. It's your season. You might as well go ahead and claim it. So now I'm going to introduce our next speaker. Now she has actually significant leadership experience in the corporate and consulting arenas. And she's going to talk about rethinking you. So I need you to pay attention and give a warm virtual welcoming for Miss Kim Levings.
Hi, Cinnamon. So lovely to be here. Thank you. And it's an honor and privilege to share this summit with these incredible speakers. I'm learning so much from my fellow students. So I also wanted to congratulate everybody who's here today, because it tells me that you actually are personally invested in your development and your learning. So well done, you. Give yourself a pat on the back and say, I'm smart. So I also know that you'll hear things from me today that perhaps you've heard before. You've read the books, done the talks. And my hope today is that something in my message is going to ring for you at this particular time of your life. Because sometimes we need to hear something more than once, right? So I'll tell you what I also know. There are a lot of people going through life feeling trapped and frustrated, living lives that they don't like. I know I've got that t-shirt. And right now I'm rethinking myself and I'm helping others. So I'm hoping that in my story now, you will learn some things. And at the same time, you'll realize why I sometimes avoided my own purpose, even though I originally knew it. So let me tell you my story. My family and my home life in South Africa were my rock and my foundation. So if you were wondering about the accent, there you have it. They were my rock and foundation until I was 18, when it all fell apart. My parents' divorce left me adrift. And I immediately found my self-worth and identity in my work. I've always had great jobs and great career. And at the same time, my personal life was a mess, bad choices and bad behavior, as I spiraled deeper and deeper into depression and a sense of hopelessness, until I tried once and then again a second time to take my own life. That second time, when I woke up in the hospital at age 26 and I realized I was still here, I said out loud, there must be a better way to live. And that day, God put a vision in my heart and a passion when he reminded me that it wasn't my life to take. Now, before you think, oh, wow, that's when I started. Oh, no. As soon as I was better and healed, I went right back to my familiar. Isn't that what we always do? We kind of revert back to the ruts, and my known, my familiar was hard work and play hard and work hard. I changed jobs a few times. I got some great increases in jobs. I made a bonus. I bought my first house. I became an unmarried mom to my amazing daughter. And somewhere along there, I got married, and then we emigrated. So I kept my life very full and very busy, doing everything but what God had called me to do. So my question to you right now is, what has God placed on your heart that you are perhaps avoiding and not stepping into? What happens to us when we give up our passion and our purpose? What will not be changed in the world because you didn't choose to live your purpose? And I'm reminded of an inflatable beach ball, you know, the kind that the kids play with in the pool. Think of that ball as your dream and your vision. And as you hold it up, you think, this is my dream. This is my passion. This is what I want to do. And then life comes along and it smacks it out of your hands and said, oh, stop dreaming. Go get a real job. Give up already. And so we push that ball underwater and we try to suppress it. But here's the thing. An inflatable ball doesn't stay under the water. It just keeps pushing back up. Does this resonate for you right now? Have I maybe stirred something in you? If you feel that you're trying to keep your ball underwater, tell us about it in the comments. I want to hear from you. So, but because here's what happens is that the longer we spend trying to keep that ball underwater, the more exhausting it gets. And the challenge is that the ball becomes worn and it starts to leak air. And as it gradually deflates, like this ball, as it gradually deflates, we gradually squeeze ourselves into a smaller and smaller image of ourselves. Because with that deflation leaks our passion, our excitement, everything that we believed about ourselves leaks out with that air. And then what happens is that what I call your default operating system kicks in. And you know what our default operating system is? Fear and doubt, anxiety, and just pressure, just avoidance. So if you're feeling trapped in life, I challenge you today, don't let your ball deflate. Don't settle in that default operating system. You know, years ago, I bought a townhouse, and there were a few things about the townhouse that I didn't like. And I got some great advice from a friend of mine at work where he said, whatever it is you don't like about the townhouse, make sure you change it soon, because if you don't, you'll become blind to it. And I thought, wow, what a powerful metaphor for life. Where are you settling for second best? Where have you become blind to your true desires out of avoidance or fear? Because then what happens is that we get stuck in a victim mindset and we start blaming others. We start blaming external circumstances for the fact that we don't have any joy or progress in our lives. And when you blame and complain, it just continues to deflate your ball until you have no energy left. But trust me, there is a way to get out of this. So going back to my story, you know, it was 10 years after my suicide attempt before I sat down and wrote a business plan. And by then we were living in Santa Monica. And there's nothing like being an unemployed immigrant and having all my distractions taken away for me to suddenly find my courage. Because we make excuses when we get stuck in that victim mindset. We make excuses, and I'm going to come back to that in a moment. But when I started my business, my first business was actually called DDP Consulting, for Divine Design and Purpose. And ever since then, I have helped individuals and leaders and organizations rethink themselves, saying, rethink you, because your thinking is at the foundation of everything you do. So as I went through a process of rethinking myself, I followed a process of 3 R's. So I'm going to give these to you. And as I give them to you, type the words in the comment box so some people who are missing it or multitasking can catch up. So the first R is regroup. Regroup. And this starts with asking, who am I? Who are you? Because here's the thing. You are 100% responsible for your life. So wherever you want to go and whatever you want to do, you are there. You're the common denominator. So rethink you starts with figuring out, who am I? How do I rethink myself? Because we've lived with that false identity for so long and those stories that we make up about ourselves that it's time to get back to who we really are. The second part of regroup is, where are you? Figuring out where you are is also critical. Any of you who's ever used a GPS system will know you can put in an address and it'll show it to you on the map. But if you want turn-by-turn directions, you need to tell Siri where you are now. So while your car may have a satellite system to tell you where you are, you don't. So the second part of regroup is so important, because when you figured out who you are and where you are, you're ready for the second R, which is reframe. This is about reframing those narratives, reframing your dialogue, reframing your expectations and your mindset. I have a technical word for this. It's called dumping the baggage, because you can't take those old narratives into your new life with you. And I would encourage you too, you need help with this. Don't try and do it alone. As my coach says, you can't see the picture when you're in the frame. And only once you've reframed, and I can help you with that. I love to give people clarity and hope. So make sure you reach out to me so we can have a conversation. But once you've remapped your world and you've got your mind right sized, now you can do the third R, which is refocus. This is about refocusing your habits, your lifestyles, your relationships, and it's developing what I call life mastery. So if you've been avoiding things for a while, it's time to reclaim your power. You have the power to change your thinking and to rethink you, because the world is waiting for your voice. So let's talk. I give free consultations on my website. You can find me there anytime at rethinkyou.com. And I'd like to close with this quote from the amazing book called Crossing the Unknown Sea by David Whyte, W-H-Y-T-E. Life is a creative, intimate, and unpredictable conversation, if it is nothing else, spoken or unspoken. And our life and our work are the result of the particular way we hold that passionate conversation. So I challenge you today, start a new conversation and let that first conversation be with me. Kim Lavings with Rethink You. Thank you for listening.
Yes, you can't see the picture when you're in the frame. You better speak on it, Kim. Appreciate all that energy. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for those vitamins. Yes, yes, yes. I am loving it, guys. And I'm really, really loving the interaction here. I'm feeling the virtual energy. That's what I need. The virtual energy, the reactions, the comments, the sharing it, sharing on your page, in your groups, on your MySpace. Whatever you are on virtually that you can share it on, I need you to share it. And so I can give you a prize because everybody likes prizes, right? Everyone loves prizes. All right. Now, our next virtual speaker is an Army vet hailing from Theodore, Alabama. And she understands that life happens and is going to teach us about being paid in full. Miss Yashika Mack.
Hey, how are you?
Hey.
Hello, everybody out there. Let me tell you, life happens. Life will come sit next to you, tap you on the shoulder, and ask you, what are you going to do about it? We all know that no matter what, it's coming, and it's coming fast, and it's coming hard. My name is Yashika B. A few years ago, I had to ask God to show me me. I was living in a place of constant whirlwinds, of constant things that was going on, and I didn't quite understand what is it? What is it, Lord, what was going on with me? So he gave me something. He says, listen, you've been traveling in the wilderness for almost 27 years because I gave you a gift and you didn't use it. You silenced your voice. Think about that. I silenced my own voice. With that being said, so I asked God, I said, so if I silenced my own voice, what happened? He said, you started living a life that was defaulted, and not a life that I designed. He said, I came so you can have life more abundant. But you somehow allowed someone else's opinion of you become your reality. Can anyone out there relate to what I'm saying? Did you allow something someone said about you, thought about you, verbalized about you, become your reality? And you internalized that. Well, I did that. I internalized that as me negatively. And what was said to me was, I have a big mouth. I talk too much. Yeah, I know that doesn't seem like a big deal. However, internalizing that negatively means I put a glass ceiling over my own head. I stopped my own self from doing the things that I could have been doing in life for a while. So I started living a defaulted life. Can anyone relate to that? Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, type it in the comment. So with that being said, again, when you look at yourself and you decide, okay, that you live in a defaulted life, sometimes that defaulted life can be seriously you and your self-sabotage. We have got to get out of that moment and out of that movement of self-sabotage. But the only way to do that is we have to acknowledge it and understand that we do things to ourselves because everything is based off of a decision that you made. When someone told me that I had a big mouth and I talked too much, I took that internally. They gave it to me, but I took it. So what I did with it from that point on was on me. So what I'm saying to you today is like, we have to let go of some things. People can say what they want, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do about your life? What are you going to do about the plans, the dreams, the aspirations that you have? Are you going to take it with you to the graveyard, let the graveyard become rich off of your desires, your dreams, your goals that we did not leave here on earth? As long as you're waking up on this side of the dirt, you have something to do. You have greatness. You have something in you that needs to come out and the world needs to hear. You're listening to me now. Now imagine if I had never shook that funk to come out of that and say, you know what? I have more to give. I do talk too much because I have a big mouth and I have something to say. How did you get out of that funk? You may want to ask because I haven't said that yet. I will tell you. This time, about a year ago, I started listening to motivational speakers. And it was a compilation of speakers, Mr. Les Brown, Dr. Miles Monroe, Tony Robbins, and something stood out. Something just really shook and grabbed me that was said. It was Mr. Les Brown. And he said, when life knocks you down, try to land on your back. Because as long as you can look up, you can get up. Did you hear what I just said? As long as you can look up, you can get up. Life knocked me down a lot in life. But however, that resilience, motivation, power driven in me allowed me to continue to get up. And you can do that too. Yes, right now we're in trouble and we're in trying times. We've never seen this before, but it doesn't have you. It doesn't have to become you. Use this pandemic, use all of this to get into you. Birth what's in you. If it's a dream that you need a dream that needs to come into reality, make it come to that reality. Learn something new, do something different. Life is gonna knock you down. But when you get up, do something different. Even if it means reading a book you've never read, even if it means talking to someone you never talked to before, even if it means going to school or listening to an album or anything from the past to bring to the forward, you can do that. You can do it. But I do want to tell you, there's an acronym that I live by that God gave me. It's called Paid in Full. See, he came for a life for us to have a life more abundantly. So if he's already come, then why am I still putting my life on layaway? Why are you still putting your life on layaway? You remember layaways? Type layaway in the comment box. Layaways back in the day, we used to go to the store, you get an item, you put it on layaway, you pay on it a little bit at a time until you're able to purchase it by paying it in full. Well, we're already paid in full. He already gave that to us. So why not live your life the way you want to? Why not dust it off, shake it off, and do what you want to do? If you want to dance, dance. If you want to sing, sing. If you want to build something, build something. If you want to create something, create it. But do what makes you happy in this moment, in this time, that brings you out of whatever haze, whatever funk you may be in. You see, Wayne Dyer says, change the way you look at things, and the things you look at will change, including the way you look at yourself. Look at yourself as powerful. Look at yourself as motivated. Look at yourself as resilient. Look at yourself as strong. Look at yourself as a warrior. And become all of that, because who's going to stop you? And if you don't look at yourself as powerful as that, who else will? If you don't believe in yourself, who else will? Who else? Ladies and gentlemen, it's your time. It's your time to do something different. It's your time to make this moment your moment. It's your time to stamp this world, stamp it and say, hey, I've been here. I came through these parts. Because if you don't, you're going to go through here and nobody's ever going to remember you were here. So what are you going to do? Are you going to let the woes of life continue to stop you? Are you going to let the opinions of others continue to stop you? Are you going to do that? No. Take my advice if you don't take anything else. Take my advice if you don't take anything else. Do what you have to do and live. Do what you have to do and live. Be strong about it. Be resilient about it. Be powerful about it. And if you have to turn from others, turn from others. But live a life too that's paid in full. The P, plan, prepare for an A, and acknowledge and accept an I, an intentional D, deliverance. Even if that deliverance is from you. Write that down, ladies and gentlemen. Stamp that in your head. Learn that you're paid in full. But be careful when you ask for it, because what comes out is going to be you. You have to look at you. You have to see you for what you do. The only way you can change anything is going inside and work on yourself. But when you're working on yourself, know that the past is the past and the future is yet to come. Imagine, dream. Imagination can become a goal. A goal can become your reality. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you have power within you. You have magnificence in you. You have greatness in you. And it's something that I want to hear and see from you. Take this moment, take this time. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Yashika Broad-Mack, and there's one thing I do want to leave you with. You do not have to tear down anyone's kingdoms while building your empire. Why? I'm glad you asked. Because there's plenty of room at the top. It's the bottom that's crowded. Again, I'm Yashika Broad-Mack, like you're known as Yashika B. You can follow me on yashikab.com. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that powerful message. Okay, paid in full, and 'tis the layaway season. Remember that? Usually around Christmas time, that's when everybody tries to pay it in full. But we're gonna go ahead and always put our best foot forward. Appreciate that word, Miss Yashika. Thank you. All right, ladies and gents. Now, if you did, just really quickly, if you did share, I need you to comment right now. I need you to put share, and I'm ready to give it away. I'm ready to give away that $50 gift card. So if you shared it on your platform and or in a group, I need you to go ahead and comment that right now. I'm ready to give it away, ready to give it away. So let me know. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, yes, yes. Keep them coming. And I'm loving this virtual energy. Once again, I feel the virtual energy by your reactions, by your comments, by your shares. And let's see. Shared, shared, shared. Okay. And I'm getting ready to pick. And it landed on. I can't even pronounce this. Daryl Shia Menzi. Daryl Darlisha Menzi. Darlisha Menzi. I'm pretty sure that's how you pronounce it. Darlisha Menzi. Can you give me a thumbs up if I'm saying your name right? I so hope that I'm not butchering it in front of everyone virtually. So yes, yes, yes. And keep sharing, keep sharing, keep sharing, because I still have more gift cards to give away. So that was the first of many. Yeah. Yay. Okay. Please stand by so we can make sure we get that information to get that over to you. And I am loving the virtual energy, ladies and gents. Yes, yes, yes. Keep them coming. Keep sharing. Like I said, share them on your platforms, in your groups, anywhere you can provide a link. Make sure you share it. All right. So, okay. Our next guest speaker is not only an author, a speaker, he's also an entrepreneur, and here to discuss how we can go from this point forward. Now, he goes by the name of Mr. Craig Sadvatsky.
Hello?
Hello. You there, Craig?
Yeah, what am I doing?
Let's see. I've got a couple of technical difficulties, but that's okay. That is okay. We are going to do this thing here on this, what did I say, seasonal Saturday, because you got to claim it so it's officially your season. Let me see who else can now keep sharing, keep sharing. I'm also paying attention to who's commenting as well, because that counts for something. So share, comment, interact. I am looking for that interaction to give away some more gift cards, because I still have plenty of gift cards to give away. Let's see. A couple of technical difficulties. That's okay. We'll get it together. All right. Okay. How about, let me see. Let me look at these comments. All right. Comments. Yeah, like I said, keep commenting, keep sharing. I am paying attention, getting it together. All right. So while we're having a couple of technical difficulties, because it is technology, so we expect these things to happen, and that is perfectly fine. We still have this great energy, so we're going to keep the momentum going. Y'all with me? Give me some thumbs up, give me some hearts, give me some something to let me know you are officially in the building or online. All right. Now, our next virtual power speaker is from Centerville, Virginia. She's going to talk about the impact of international travel and how we need to do and our perspective. Khadija Tutu, did I say that correctly? Khadija.
No, but it's okay. It's okay. You're good.
Khadija.
It's Khadija. Khadija Toto.
Let me know now. Let me know in front of the world.
How are you? All right. Are we on? Well, then let's just get it started. Hello, everyone. My name is Khadija Toto. I first want to go ahead and thank Mr. Les Brown for doing this and training us. And we are amongst greatness. I want to also thank my coach, John Talarico, who's worked tirelessly day and night with me and has had much patience. I want to thank my friend, Crystal, for helping me. I want to thank my mother, of course. I want to thank God for waking me up for another day. And I just want to present to you how gratitude is so important. When you have gratitude for people, people show you a different side of them. When you have gratitude for people, it allows people to show you and yourself to the world. Now, this takes me back to a time in Shanghai, China, about 3 years ago or so. I was on the train. And it was quite interesting because on this train ride that day, it was super crowded. I mean, in China, there are a lot of people. I mean, it's like sardines packed. And I wish I was joking, but I'm being so serious. Sardines totally packed. We're all sitting on the train, and there's this man coming through, and he's hitting people, like just hitting people. And I'm watching them, and they're all like, like almost like cursing the man out. And so he comes up to me, and then he hits me. And I'm like, ouch. And I turn around and I realize this man was blind. He was hitting people with his cane. Now, in that moment, I realized, wow, what patience it takes to turn around and to be able to realize, okay, you know what? Sometimes it's okay to hold off on whatever anger, whatever emotion that you're feeling, because it's always better to respond than it is to react. So of course I walk on and I walk into the middle school. It's my first day. I walk in, click, clack, click, clack, because of course I have heels on. I walk in and I'm excited to meet the new students. And I'm like, hello, and I am greeted with the children. Tasha Fejo Ren. Tasha Fejo Ren. See, what the children didn't know was I had a working relationship with the Chinese language. So I understood exactly what they were saying. So once again, in my face that day, I'm getting presented with the option. Do I react or do I respond? And what does that reaction and what does that response look like? I stayed quiet. I knew the lesson that we were going to learn that day. It couldn't be that lesson. Have you ever had an opportunity or a chance to choose, and you're conscious enough to choose whether you're going to react or respond? I want you to type 3 in the comment box. I'm going to wait for you a second. I want you to type 3 in the comment box. Yes, okay. I want you to think for a second, and I want you to think about what you would do if you were the teacher in that circumstance. Would you blame it on racism? What would you do? Because in that moment, I realized, write this down. Lions don't always have to roar. Let me say that again. Lionesses don't always have to roar. I didn't shout at them. I didn't yell at them because, in fact, I knew that although the world is 40% children, those children are 100% of our future. And me being their teacher, well, guess what? That means I am the facilitator, leading them up to the mountain to come down into the promised land, because I chose that day to be high class. See, high class isn't something you can just buy. It's not something you can just spend your money on and just go ahead and get. It's not something that just, sits on a table and you can just pick it up and say, oh, I'm going to be high class today. No. See, high class is when you go and do your homework. See, I knew that day I had to go home and do my homework. And what did my homework look like? Yeah, some days it consisted of me crying. Some days it consisted of me wondering why a skin so dark as mine was always so challenged. I remember one day a child was challenged by me and he began to rub my face. And he's like, I can't get it off of her. And I began wondering, what is he doing? Is everything okay? What's going on? And his mother's over there, stop it, stop doing that to Toto, stop. And he kept going, Miss Toto, I love you. I just don't want you to be so dirty. See, that's the moment I realized this isn't a bias. I'm not even sure it's a prejudice. Sometimes you have to understand people are where they're at. And you have to assist them into knowledge. Because a lot of the times when you give the knowledge, it won't be rejected. Oftentimes people don't know that they're seeking what they're seeking because what you're seeking is always seeking you. That's what my coach, Mr. John Talarico, tells me. See, I had to make the choice not to see obstacles and only to see the objectives, as Napoleon Hill once said. So I knew going back to class that day, I couldn't just teach any lesson. So I had to teach them something they could hold on to, so they could teach themselves. So we recited, hold fast to dreams, for if dreams die, life is a broken-winged bird that cannot fly. Hold fast to dreams, for when dreams go, life is a barren field, frozen with snow. And they all said together, I said, who is that poem by? And they said, Langston Hughes. See, I didn't have to tell them who they are or what they are or even what they were doing. See, I knew from experience, the best teacher is that experience in itself. See, I knew and I held close to me a concept and a term from the South African Xhosa and Zulu language, Ubuntu. Ubuntu means I am because you are. Can everyone write that in the chat box, please? I am because you are. See, ladies and gentlemen, you have to know who you are. Because, like James Allen said, circumstance, it only proves what kind of man you are. Because as a man thinketh, so is he. And he is who you choose to be. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, if you yourself run into these things, please make sure you know that lions don't always have to roar, and neither do lionesses. Because you have the choice to respond or react. Hold yourself up because you know that your way has been paved for. Hold your head high with high class because you are judged by the content of your character and not your skin. And make sure you don't see any obstacles and you only see the objectives and stay focused on the goal. And lastly, hold fast to your dreams. Ubuntu. I am because you are, and I know who I am. I'm Hadija Toto. If you would like to consult with me or anything, please visit www.hadijatoto.com. That's www.khadijahtou.com. Thank you so much for listening. It was a plum pleasing pleasure.
Yes, I am because you are. You better preach, Miss Khadija. Okay.
Yes.
I know it now. I got you. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gents, loving all these wonderful messages and good vitamins. Just keep feeding them to me. I need you guys to keep giving me that good virtual energy, giving me those likes, showing those comments, sharing, and all of those good virtual things. And so, as we know, technology happens, and we are allowed to do redos. So, I have this wonderful author, speaker, and entrepreneur who's going to talk about from this point forward. And his name is Craig Sudbotsky. There we go.
Hello, Cinnamon.
Hey.
Ladies and gentlemen, during COVID, we need to raise the bar on ourselves, myself included. My name is Craig Sikowski. I'm a father, a husband, and an entrepreneur. And I'm a 9/11 volunteer at the World Trade Center. And I stand in front of you, one of the tens of thousands who are sick and dying. And I don't say this to you as a story of woe. I say this to serve notice to you that if you play like most people and live in fear every day, life will pass you by and leave you unfulfilled. And your potential buried at the graveyard, where you will be with your books that you never wrote, or your songs that you never sang, or those apologies that you never gave. As you think about your life, I want to encourage you to live it as if it was going to stop right here, right now, done, over. No more texting, no more phone calls, no more emails, no more I'll talk to you tomorrow. It happens sometimes. And you have to think it's going to happen to you because life is coming for you, whether you want to participate or not. Life's unpredictable. It'll show up knocking on your front door, just as Murphy's Law is knocking on your back door. You know what that means? I'm telling you, life is hard. We have to dust ourselves off and stand back up, ready to take the next hit, because you know it's coming. It wasn't until I stood up again and again that I recognized the being within, the universal energy that gives me its grace and allows me to light my beacon so my global brothers and sisters can see. Ladies and gentlemen, what you're seeking is seeking you. So show up, and I promise you, you'll be your own best audience. And it's going to take that deep down desire to succeed for you to achieve all that is being presented to you and for you. In my faith, I believe we're God's within, light seeking a human experience. And we're all here to take each other home once we've learned and grown. In a very famous book, there's a quote that says, "May the greatest among you be your servant." Coming to you with a message. I'm here to disturb the comfortable and comfort the disturbed. And I bring to the show two very simple questions that never seem to get answered. Why are we the only species on planet Earth that pays to live here? And the granddaddy of them all. If we're all so different, why is it that nobody laughs or cries in a different language? I believe that once we start talking about our commonalities rather than our differences, and when we speak truth, we never have to remember a lie. That's when we can move from this point forward. We should never stop being a student of life. Because if you look around, you'll find the lessons in the people, places, and things that surround you. I really do know how hard life can be. I've been knocked down and stood up, beat up. That was just in my 20s. Statistics indicate that over the next year, life is going to touch you or me or someone you know with sickness, some kind of accident, be devastating, stop us dead in our tracks. So what I want you to do is write this down, put it in the chat. I am capital C for courageous, because when life comes for me, I have to be courageous to take on anything that it brings my way. Capital R for relentless, because I have to be relentless in the pursuit of my dreams, because they're mine. And capital A for aligned, because I have to align my spirit to follow my calling without direction. And so I'm coming to you, ladies and gentlemen, as life has brought me down to my knees. Now I'll be that light shining over during your trying times. And as we pass through dark, stormy seas, we'll need to adjust our thought sails as the hurricane winds try to capsize our minds and leave us with no anchor as we aimlessly navigate through life's uncharted waters. Life can be very hard, my friends. Yeah, as you can see, it's going to be very difficult. I know there are going to be days to test your resolve. Take the test and be brave when all you have left is that burning desire to change and grow. And work diligently on your vision. And don't ever stop being who you're supposed to be and not what society has branded you to be. It is Nick Vujicic who says that fear is often described as false evidence appearing real. I believe him. Fear is a sickness, and I bring to you my motivating spirit as a game changer. So I'm encouraging you to raise your vibration and change your frequency and produce a God-given energy and turn on that inner light and use it to light the torch of someone else's burning desire. Changing the world is not an easy task, and you have to be hungry, as my mentor Les Brown loves to say. We must get radically uncomfortable and step away from our self-sabotaging behaviors and emotional insecurities in order to move from this point forward. I say to you, ladies and gentlemen, from this point forward is how I live my life. I have taken the time and invested in myself to be able to create states in my body that can take over the chemistry set within. And once we stop reacting to life and we sit in our thoughts and allow time in our temple, the only real estate that we can own, Can we respond to the obstacles in our life with clarity and deep-rooted conviction to overcome the disempowering thoughts that no longer serve us? And as I laser focus on my purpose, I encourage you to do the same, and for you to inspire your friends and your family, as well as your communities, to write down your goals and study them and nurture them like a garden with your children. I don't know you, ladies and gentlemen, but I do know something about you. You have greatness in you. And when you become bolder in your thoughts and have your heart energy in line with your message, there is no stopping an idea whose time has come. We need to encourage each other, use our voices, and seek out individuals and enlightened groups that will hold us in collaborating, building communities of like-minded people and forward-thinking sustainable projects. We're all here on a mission to serve humanity, to bring new strategies and applied solutions to old thoughts and convoluted thinking. Because we're custodians, and we all have been given greatness within. And once we make a commitment to ourselves and have a vested interest in our own endeavors and ideas, can we ever be free from disempowering, stinking thinking? So I encourage you to believe in yourself. There have been many days when I had no belief in my own thoughts and actions, and I needed to find that push just to get out of bed. A friend of mine told me if I was stressed out, to write my obituary and then live a life as I would like to be remembered. I want to be remembered as giving and empathetic, a stand-up guy, a person with good character. And I know to be these things, I always need to be accountable while I'm still breathing and contributing to society. So I come to you, ladies and gentlemen, as life has brought me down on my knees so I could rise one more time. I believe that when death no longer scares you, there's a universal change within. And here's the thing. I know that I'll be forever in the thoughts of my loved ones. So I don't agonize about what I leave them. I agonize about what I leave in them and in the lessons we have nurtured and the experiences we have shared. I have learned a very profound lesson in my 55 years on this volcanic meatball. And it's like 80% of life is showing up. 20% is how you perform. And there are no dress rehearsals. This is a one-shot, one-take experience, as you can see. So remind yourself, thinking you're one in a million is a mediocre thought at best. Be that 1 in 7.5 billion and stand in the world and stand in so you can shine. After all, you beat out 400 million sperm cells to become uniquely you. Don't waste the experience. Be relentless in how you celebrate your life. And don't forget the small incremental wins. Because life is not a sprint, it's a marathon. And it will continue to beat you down if you don't take the time to work on yourself. There's an expression that says, if you want to hear God laugh, tell him your plans. Because let me tell you, I'm not afraid to meet him. I think he has a funny sense of humor. I know we're all here for a moment. And most people have anxiety and depression and worry about future events that haven't happened yet. And they try to turn their failures into their children's successes, leaving their offspring depressed, anxious, and suicidal. That is our global culture. It's Dr. Joe Dispenza who said that humans have 60 to 70,000 thoughts a day, that 90% of those thoughts are the same as the day before. So we are literally living in the past. We need to break this cycle to move from this point forward. We need to settle in our minds and stop thinking our comfort zones are going to save us. They're not. We have to stretch past all our mental blocks that hold us captive from good, solid decisions. So I'm encouraging you to take back control of your life. And as you drive yourself to your dreams, always look through the windshield to new and brighter horizons. There's a reason why the rearview mirror is so small, because where you've been is not where you're going. As new thoughts and new ideas help us leave all our mental luggage behind. And as you get to your next stop along life's highway, I want you to exhale and take a deep breath and exhale again. You'll be that much lighter. Well, maybe. You might still have a couple bags up here because, as you know, mastering life is an ongoing conversation from within. Ladies and gentlemen, as one of my friends and mentors, Kirk Ashley, likes to say, have a most outstanding day. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that message. Now, I do have a question though. When someone initially told you to write your own obituary, what was your reaction?
I was scared.
Right. You wasn't.
And then I wasn't anymore.
Now, because you understand the bigger purpose of it. So, but yeah, I was like, if someone were to tell me to write my own obituary, I would probably look and be scared as well. So that was an interesting suggestion. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
Yes. All of these wonderful inspirational vitamins that are going on that's going on, ladies and gents. I'm loving it. And again, I am loving all of the virtual love. I'm loving the interaction. I'm loving the reactions. And please keep sharing. Please keep letting me know that you're sharing, because I do still have more gift cards to give away. And I would like for each and every one of you to get one. But unfortunately, we're limited to those that are sharing and paying attention. So please keep sharing. Please showing the love. Keep sharing. And we're going to keep this thing moving right along. So keep those reactions coming. Our next guest speaker is not only a mother, but she's an entrepreneur, business owner, and get this, chemistry student. Wow. She is none other than Giselle Donovan.
You hear me well? Do you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Giselle Donovan, and I'm so happy to be here today. You guys know that this is a dream come true. Well, as I reflect to this moment and why I'm here, what is my purpose? And as Mark Twain said, there is 2 days important in our lives. The first one is the day that we were born. And the second, the day that we found out why we were born. And this was so powerful to me because I came all the way from Colombia, full with dreams and goals, and studying chemistry because that was my passion, right? But there was something else in me that it was missing. As the years go by, I have 2 beautiful children and a husband. I felt empty. And one day I heard my mentor, my best motivator, Les Brown. He said one day, live full and die empty. And I said, I'm dying. I'm dying because I haven't found my purpose. So as my experiences goes by, I had to work knocking doors. And I was knocking doors, protecting families. And I felt that was an amazing job because I was helping others. But something else was missing. This time, I knocked on my friend's door. And she was building a business on social media. And I wanted to see if I could do that. And it interested me. So I went and I asked so many questions. And she gave me all the answers. I was so grateful. But that day, she approached me and she said, hey, girl, I'm doing a raffle. And I said, oh, okay, that's fine. And I just thought in my head, oh my God, I only have $1. $1 that changed my life. Luckily, the number was $1. So I said, sure, of course. Thank you for everything, for your help. Yeah, of course, I'm going to sign up. So I signed up in the raffle. And I wasn't expecting that she told me, why only $1? Can you give more? Like, girl, it's just $1. But that day was the only thing I had. $1 that changed my life. Because that day I understood that I had to wake up. I had to fight for my dreams and goals. And I know there is many of you over there trying to find your purpose. But that day I found my purpose. I said, I have to fight for my dreams. Because let me tell you something. Put in the chat box, dreams and success. Success don't come in an elevator. Success comes step by step. And when you go like step by step, you will grow so much, and you will learn, and you will start impacting people like you never thought you could do, right? So Another thing that I want you to write in the chat box is invest on yourself. Trust me on this. Invest on yourself, and I mean invest time on you. Read books, podcasts, mentorship, because that will take you to another level. And if you feel stuck, start taking these suggestions that I'm giving you, because investing time on you will give you growth. And you know what? I started looking for more opportunities that will take my life to another level. And I found this opportunity, which I'm right now, impacting people. And I build my business on rejections, on people telling me, no, I don't understand you, on people telling me, no, what is it? I don't get it. And you know what? I didn't care, because now I have a clear vision. I want you to write in the chat box, clear vision. Because when you have a clear vision of what you want in life, you will conquer anything. Anything. So, as I said, some people will tell me, oh my God, but you're acting different. And you know what? It's my right to be uncommon. I seek for opportunities and not securities. And you know what? Like this, doing all this, you start impacting more lives. And this is the best feeling ever. You can impact lives. And let me tell you something, like that, you have the feeling of service. You have to give the best service ever, because we have to leave this world in a better shape that we found. I refuse to live a mediocre life. And let me tell you something. When I realized all this, I put my crown. And I want you to say to yourself, hold your head up. Write that in the chat box. See, because my crown has to look perfect. Hold your head up for everything. And as Les Brown called me, I am Gigi. And this is the Gigi factor. Go all out. Invest on yourself and give a service of greatness. Go to my website, www.gisellecreations, and you will find my social media, Facebook, and contact. I'm giving 30 minutes coaching so you can know how to build your empire. And like that, we can impact more people. Because let me tell you something to end. Do all you can, because God will do the rest. Thank you so much.
Yes. Okay, Miss Gigi. Now, you know you took us away when you brought out the crown. I was like, yes, hold that head up. Thank you so much for those.
Yeah, this is my crown. And like I said, everybody has a crown, and never, never, ever look back, look down, because your crown may fall off. Thank you so much.
We got it. We got it. Thank you so much. Yes. Miss Gigi did not come to play with you guys. You saw when she brought out that crown. That lets you know she was resonating all of that over the internet. She wanted you to feel that we couldn't be in the room, but we're definitely tuned in. Man. I'm loving this seasonal Saturday. I told you it's the seasonal Saturday because it's your season. You got to claim it. Got to claim it. And you know what else you have to do? You got to keep participating. You got to keep sharing. You have to keep reacting, keep letting us know that you feel this virtual energy, because that's what it's about. It's about getting that message, feeling the energy and the vibe. So we're going to keep moving along, because I'm ready for some more vitamins. Y'all ready for some more vitamins? If you're ready for some more vitamins, give me some hearts, some likes, share it again, give me a comment, a thumbs up. Let me know you're participating so I know who to give another gift card away to as well. Okay, our next powerful speaker is not only an entrepreneur, but he enjoys creative arts, fine food, and was actually cooking fine food and was actually a music composer. That is okay. Loving the arts. And he goes by the name of Mr. Jonathan Naito.
Nieto, you got it. Close,
Naito.
close.
You know,
Nieto.
I put a little question mark on the end without having. My apologies. Welcome.
No worries. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. Pleasure to be here. So I wanted to start by asking you guys a question. What if there was a way for you to have anything that you wanted in life? And what if in the next 10 minutes you discovered what's been holding you back this entire time? In these next few minutes, I'm going to guide you towards clarity that you will need to take actionable steps towards reaching your goals and dreams by sharing with you some of the principles and philosophies that have allowed me to overcome certain challenges in life and succeed. I remember not long ago sitting in my living room, and I was watching a fly that was desperately trying to get out of my house, and it would continue flying around the living room, and it would continue flying into the window that was right beside me. And it's almost as if this fly thought that if it just tried hard enough, it could break through and escape. Now, just to see what would happen, I got up and I opened the door right beside it, and I continued to observe how this fly would continue circling around the living room and crashing repeatedly into the window. And I remember thinking to myself, man, I think this fly has a concussion. But you see, after a while, I could see that this fly was just stuck in a loop. In other words, a loop that would ultimately cause it to burn out and die on that very windowsill. And I remembered, and I remember realizing right then and there that there's so many of us that are just like that little fly, stuck in a loop. In other words, a pattern of thinking that will eventually cause us to burn out and kill our hopes and dreams. When I was younger and I was trying to provide for my family, income was a major concern for me. And growing up, all I would see was how hard my parents used to work. So I would equate success with working hard, even if that meant working 16-hour days, doing everything by myself, burning out daily. I mean, that's all I knew. So one day, I remember hearing some great advice that shifted my perspective on income. What we get paid is not determined by how hard we work. It is determined by the value we bring to the marketplace. You see, some of us want to double our income. Some of us want a bigger home, better car, better relationships, but refuse to become the person that it takes to deserve it. But you see, more of the same actions are only going to give us more of the same results. So we cannot allow ourselves to become so dead set and diluted in our ways that our ability to adjust become impaired. What we choose to work hard on makes all the difference. You see, some of us have been running a marathon on a treadmill, going nowhere fast. You see, it was Winston Churchill that said, no matter how beautiful the strategy, take a moment to look at the results. So what results are you getting out of life right now? It's a powerful question. Now, here's the interesting thing with most great advice. Small percentage of people will hear this and make a change, and their life will change as a result. But the majority of people won't. Why? You see, I've come to understand that most of us are hesitant to make any changes in life because we are afraid of the uncertainty that follows. Even though I didn't realize it, fear controlled much of my decision-making in life and business. And ultimately, it cost me in more ways than one. You see, about 10 years ago, I had started a dry cleaner. And I remember going to work 6 a.m. through 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday and running almost all of the entire operations of this business on my own. And after a couple of months into it, my wife told me she was pregnant again. And at the time we were trying to move into this new home. So after working on weekends, I would go do construction at this new house. And at the end of the day, I would get home around 11 or 12, sometimes physically and mental, sometimes even later, physically and mentally exhausted. There was no balance in my life. I was not taking care of myself. I neglected my spirituality. I was not there for my family the way that I should have been. And eventually, fast forward a little later, my wife had to go on maternity leave. So out of necessity, I was forced to pick up a 9-to-5 again, working as a property manager. So my life basically became this loop of me working a 9-to-5, tending to my business after work, and then going to do construction in this soon-to-be home. Even though it was stressful, I was still happy. And I was happy because I felt like I was working towards giving my family the life that I felt they deserved. One day, I went to visit my wife at her new job to have lunch. And as we sat down to eat, she looked at me with tears in her eyes and she said, "Jonathan, I want a divorce." My heart sank. After all of the sacrifices that I had done for my family, 10 years and 3 kids. Shortly after my divorce, I lost my business. I lost my friends that I thought were my friends. I lost my will to keep fighting. And I remember sinking into a deep depression. And I considered myself a massive failure. I remember feeling as if life and the things that happened to us had no meaning or purpose. How many of us can relate to that? Type a 1 below if you have ever been there. But you see, I've come to realize that God permits certain things to happen to us because he has a greater purpose for us than the one we see. And he has a curious way of letting us know when it's time to make a change. You see, it wasn't until my roof literally collapsed, not once, but twice due to leaks. And I lost most of my belongings. And I was having to ask my mother for help so that I can pay for bills and keep food on my table, knowing that she was also struggling financially, on the verge of losing her home, and knowing that I couldn't even pay her back. Being a single father of 3 and going through that experience was painful, but it sparked something in me. And I resolved right then and there that I would never subject myself or my family to those conditions again. I remember, to distract myself from the pain that I was going through, I would party, I'd drink, and my life, whenever my kids weren't there, that's what my life consisted of. But you see, I hadn't paid attention to the strategy that had gotten me there. One day I heard Jim Rohn say something that changed my life. He said, "You can have more than you've got because you can become more than you are." Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you truly understand that the only thing stopping you from having a better outcome in life is yourself, it's like seeing life in color for the first time after you've only known it as black and white. That's what it was like for me. Honestly, you can't go back from that. So I want to ask you something now. What is it that you really want out of life? Your business, your career. What does that perfect outcome look like for you? I want you to think about it now. Are you thinking about it? Okay. Go after that. Write down what I'm about to share with you now. These are the same principles that I used to turn my life around. And I believe that if you choose to apply them yourself, they will do the same for you. If you're uncertain where to start by writing down the goal. And be specific about it. Set the date you wish to accomplish it by. Make a habit of reviewing these goals multiple times a day. Next, you want to make a habit of imagining or visualizing that outcome or desire every single day as well. So it's a known fact that our subconscious mind cannot distinguish between what we see and what we imagine. So it cannot distinguish between what we imagine and what we see in reality. And the other thing is that humans have a need to be consistent. We have a need to be consistent with how we are perceived and how we perceive ourselves. So when we implant that mental imagery in our mind, your subconscious will pick up on the fact that this is something that is you. It is part of your being. It is important to you. So you will draw it out and you will attract it because it is consistent with who you are. You see, one of the greatest thinkers of our time, Albert Einstein, said, imagination is a preview of life's coming attractions. Thoughts become things. This applies to both positive and negative things. So do not occupy your mind with pessimism or the concerns of how things are going to happen. Leave that to a higher power. You see, fear will only cause us to hesitate. So understand that to walk on this path, you must move on faith. Faith that things will work out in your favor. And here's the thing that I learned from Bob Proctor, which I wanted to share. Here's the thing about both faith and fear is that they both require that you believe in an outcome that you cannot see. So why choose fear when you can choose faith? And that reminds me of a quote from one of my favorite books. Just like the body without spirit is dead, faith without work is dead. So take action. Take action and go after what you want today. Not next week, not in a few months, not when the time is perfect. It's never going to come. The law of diminishing intent will kick in, and the odds of you actually going after your dreams will decrease significantly over time. How many of us wanted to accomplish something great, but we never did because we never got around to it? Type a 1 if you have, or say yes. Friends, I'm not here to tell you that success is easy, because it is not. Success is hard. You have to be persistent. But you know what else is hard? Being broke is hard. Rock bottom is hard. Not getting what you want out of life is hard. Choose your hard. So write this down. If you want to reach new heights in life or business, make sure that personal development is at the forefront of those efforts, because truth be told, the best investments I ever made in my life were those that I made in myself. Learn to work harder on your mind than your job, because you cannot get paid like a CEO when you think and act like an assistant. Here's some more valuable advice I'd like to share with you. Surround yourself with what Les Brown calls OQP, only quality people. Tony Robbins also says proximity is power. So surround yourself with the people you want to become like. My grandmother, as a kid, my grandmother used to tell me, show me your friends and I'll show you who you are. God, that was so true. Friends, if your current circle isn't talking about your goals or developing good habits, encouraging each other to succeed, you are not in a circle. You are in a cage. So upgrade your peer group and surround yourselves with the people that you want to be like. Friends, I'm here to tell you, if you are tired of the situation that you are in, it is possible to change your life. And it is possible to do it as early as today, but you must take action now. You see, all you need to do is set the destination and begin the journey today. You see, the hardest step in any journey is always the first one. But once you muster the strength to overcome inertia, every step thereafter is called momentum. And momentum gives us the strength to break free from that loop that we've fallen into, or that program, gives us the strength to break through obstacles. Ladies and gentlemen, time does not tolerate indecision, so learn to act now with definite plans and purpose, and you will achieve heights you never thought possible. Thank you so much for your time. My name is Jonathan Nieto. Feel free to visit our website at Real Marketing Strategies. We're offering a free strategy session for business owners if you are looking to grow your business. I am so happy to serve you today. It's been a pleasure. To all of you looking to live life on your terms and succeed, Godspeed.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate that inspirational vitamin. And you are right. The only thing stopping you is yourself. Show me your friends. I'll show you your future. I've heard that too. Yes. Thank you so much for joining us virtually today. Ladies and gents, how are you guys loving this summit so far? It's pretty good, right? Nah, it's better than pretty good. It's great. Loving all of the virtual energy, all the virtual love. So keep sharing, keep reacting, keep commenting. And I have the man of the hour, another man of the man of the hour, excuse me. He actually needs no introduction. He goes by the name of the Les Brown.
Hello. Wow. I am really, really excited with all the speakers and what they're bringing. Jonathan, man, you said something. You dropped something. There's a mic drop. Said you can't get paid like a CEO if you're acting like an assistant. Come on now. I want to just thank everyone, all the speakers, for the things that they're bringing. And I hope that those of you that are watching, that you will spread the word for other people to chime in and to listen, because there are people who need the message that the individuals are bringing today. This industry, by 10 years from now, it's going to be over $700 billion. And what's so exciting in the things that are being said, that's so informative and life-breaking. I was just looking at and getting fired up on some of the things that was said. And one of them that got my attention: if you don't make the changes you need to make in your life, you will become blind to them. Let's think about that. If you don't make the changes that you need to make in your life, you become blind to them. I used to live in Miami, Florida, and I left and I came back and I got an apartment near the airport. And I heard the planes flying over. And the friend of mine named Jackie Gaynor, she said, after you're here for 3 weeks, you won't hear them anymore. And she was actually right. And people who visited me, they asked me, said, how could you live here? Don't you hear those planes? And I said, no. And so when you're in a negative situation, you got to ask yourself the question, have I become blind to what's going on here? Is this bringing the best out of me or the worst out of me? Am I diminishing? What's going on here? Something else that was said, rethink you. All of us are born unique, but most of us die copies. Rethink you. This is a place where we are that is so transformative that we can't afford the luxury of coming out of this being the same kind of person. Rethink you, rethink your life, rethink your strategy, rethink your relationships, because that will determine whether or not you've made the pandemic work for you or work against you. Something else that was said that's very important. Life is happening and it's coming fast and hard. Let's think about that. It's coming fast and hard. And we don't know what will happen next, because it's happening not only through the pandemic, but what's happening politically and all the mixed messages. And then there are messages from the CDC, the Center for Disease and Control. And then there are messages from the World Health Organizations. And then there are messages from scientists. They're coming from everywhere. You don't know what to believe. And so this is the time, taking in information. This is the time, learning things. I say constantly, if you're not willing to learn, no one can help you. But if you're willing to learn, as these speakers have been doing, investing in themselves, no one can stop you. And so now they're becoming messengers of hope. Now they're becoming consultants. Now they're developing the credibility to work for corporations and organizations and churches around the world. They're reinventing themselves. They are rethinking their lives. Here's something else I love what Kim said. Most people are living a defaulted life. Wow. That's true. See, life has no duplicate. Most people are just living the life that has been given to them. Decide that you're going to take charge of your life. These speakers have done that. Invest in you. You are your most treasured asset. Decide that you're going to bet on you. You got greatness in you. You have talents, abilities, and skills that's lying dormant in you. And so I believe that those of you that are still watching, the majority of people, the witnesses, I believe that the three types of people: those who make things happen, those who watch things happen, and those who don't know what happened. And the reason that you're watching, the reason that you're listening is because it resonates with you. You're not supposed to be a witness. You know what's going on. You know that you've been served notice by life. There's now time to take your life to the next level. You deserve more out of yourself. And something else that was said that really caught me. And that part is that as you look at yourself, look at your goals, and look at your dreams, there was a comment by one of the people viewing. She said, I need to break up with sabotaging myself. Come on, somebody. Well, I need to break up with sabotaging myself. There's an African proverb that says, if there's no enemy within, the enemy outside can do us no harm. The fourth, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves that we are underlings. That many of us have been sabotaging ourselves. And we know it. And we have to own that and take responsibility to break up with that part of ourselves, to get away from that part of ourselves. That's why Paul said, I must die daily. Yes, you must die daily to who you are now, to give birth to who you are to become. And then something else. I love this. Life has brought me to my knees so I can stand up one more time. Come on, come on. Tie the yellow bow tie, tie the yellow bow tie. I love that. Listen, there's so much content. I was saying, look, can I be next? I want to speak myself. And Cinnamon, you're doing a great job. These are individuals who've decided I've got a voice. These are individuals who understand what Maya Angelou meant when she said, There's nothing as painful as an untold story buried in your soul. These are individuals who understand what Steve Jobs meant when he said the storyteller is the most powerful person in the world. These individuals are changing lives today, all over the planet. And that's what life is about, to live a life that will outlive you. I'm hungry to see the rest. Bring it on. Bring it on. You got it, Cinnamon.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Just to have you, the GOAT, say that I'm doing a great job. Man, I appreciate that so much. And thank you for allowing me to be on here to share this platform with all these wonderful people, with all these wonderful speeches and testimonies. They're not speeches, they are testimonies. And I'm so grateful to be here, man. Virtually, I'm so thankful for everybody that is participating, giving all this virtual love. Remember to continue to comment, to react, to share. I am probably in about another, maybe after the next speaker, I will give away another gift card. So I need you to let me know that you've shared, that you've shared, that you've shared. Once again, share it across your platforms, share it in your groups, share it on your MySpace, put it in an email. Do what you have to do to get the message out there. All right. And our next powerful speaker comes from the beautiful island of Samoa. And she is an Army retiree, not only an inspirational but motivational speaker and life coach. And she is none other than Papa Pele Huntington.
Talofa to all the amazing listeners. How are you doing? How are you doing? I'm Pele, Papa Pele Hunkin. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to be here. And I just want you to know that I'm just so happy to be here with all of you. In my Samoan language, Talofa means hello. So, Talofa to you. First, I want to give God all the honor, praise, and glory for his blessings upon us. I am humbled, honored, and truly blessed to be here with you, and I hope you're just as excited as I am. I may not know you, but I am here today to tell you that you have greatness within you, and I believe that you have something special in you. Have you ever really been inspired? You know, the kind of inspiration that gives you goosebumps, the kind of inspiration that drives you to do something great. That's what I want to do for you today with the help of God. Put a heart in that chat box if you are in it with me. I believe in my heart that you will be inspired. No, I meant Kelly inspired to get back up, to fight the good fight for that awesome you after hearing how I became a warrior and survived the most unimaginable tragedies that occurred in my life. I want to share with you 3 significant defining moments that happened in my life. Picture it. I want to take you back when I served in Talil, Iraq on February 25th, 2006. It was a steaming hot morning in Iraq, and boy, was I hot with all that gear on. When my commander informed me that my husband had been critically injured in a terrible accident in Balad, Iraq, her words felt like a sword driven into my heart. I was paralyzed as I fell to my knees, tears streaming uncontrollably down my face. My world completely shattered. At that moment, shock, confusion, and fear started to overwhelm me. My beloved husband, Dini Ignacio Tahaji, was in a coma that lasted 6 months. Can you imagine 6 months of praying for a miracle? 6 months of hoping that he would wake up. And 6 months of never giving up on that hope until he was called by our Heavenly Father on July 22nd, 2006. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a defining moment of my life. When I instantly became a widow and a single parent, not to mention that I was already a full-time mother, a combat soldier in our great army serving this nation, and a college student. Losing the love of my life was hard. But then the most defining moment of my life, I lost my first loves, my beloved father and mother Malai and Miriam Hunkin, whom I miss and love so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the most defining moment of my life when I became parentless, when I became that daughter without a mother and a father to call on, and when I became that daughter without a mother and a father to love on. See, life is about change, and some change requires so much. My children lost their father, their anchor, their rock. Then I lost my father, my anchor, my rock, and my mother, my comforter, my very best friend. In that moment, I had to decide to run and hide or to stand and fight. My favorite book says, having done all to stand, stand, stand firm. I had to stand and fight to hold my ground. Therefore, I am here today to simply share with you what I've applied in my life. I feel if you choose to use it, that it will lead to a breakthrough in your life as it has mine, and I am sure for many others. Here are the 4 valuable lessons that made me a warrior. Step number 1, allowing God to be the foundation of my life was the very first thing I had to do. Type God is my foundation in that comment box. Step number 2, what is your why in life? Briefly share with me in the comment box your why in life. See, I had to look deep within my heart and soul to find that why. So as for me, my children, who are my blessings, my life, and my everything are my absolute why in life. Step number 3, what is your purpose in life? See, my purpose in life, this is something that I am very passionate about. And that is to make a difference in people's lives today, to live the life of a warrior and to live full and die empty. See, on September 1st, 2020 was when I took action on fulfilling my purpose and my passion in life, when I became a mentee of the legendary Les Brown. Thank you, Mr. Brown, and I love you. Ladies and gentlemen, that is when my new journey in life began, and that is when I took charge of my life. Step number 4, love on you. Yes, type loving on me in that comment box. Yes, I started grinding on that new me. I started grinding on that new life. You know why? Because I finally found myself again, and because I finally loved myself more than I ever had before. So I am here today to tell you to get up and get out from whatever you are going through in life and start grinding on that new life of yours. And I want you to just love on that awesome you. The last defining moment of my life happened in April this year when I nearly lost my only son due to a sudden swelling and bleeding of his brain. Because of COVID, I could not be by his bedside as he went through a frightening brain surgery, and that devastated me. I remember I am a warrior. I knew in my heart that I have the strength to get through it because I have been through this before. So, as you too, you have the strength to overcome any challenges that happen to you in life because you have been through it before. And I'm here today to tell you that you are a warrior. Type, I am a warrior in that comment box. Yes, you're a warrior, and warriors, they don't just survive, they thrive. I was able to make that decision to make a difference because I have the courage and the power to make that change. And I am here today to encourage and empower you to believe in yourself that you can make that change because you too have the courage and the power to make a difference in this world today. You see, the choices we make in life determines our outcome and our future. I'm not talking about a negative outcome, but a positive one. That positive outcome that stems from the positive attitude and thoughts we have within ourselves. As John Maxwell once said, life is a matter of choices, and every choice you make makes you choose to be better and not bitter with what life throws at you, and never allow what you go through in life define who you are. I was able, when I say I was able to rise up from all that I was going through in life because of God's amazing love, mercy, and grace. My unwavering faith in Him is what got me to where I am today. It is called the unshakable faith, according to Les Brown. In my favorite book, it says, when I am afraid, I put my trust in you. Trust and believe that God will see you through it all. And remember this, God will never fail you. I did not give up on life, and you should not either, because life is a precious gift that we all are blessed with. Richard Grant once said, never give up. You only get one life. Go for it. I will leave you with this. You have the courage and the power to overcome any obstacles that you go through in life. And remember, you are a warrior. You have something special. You have greatness within you. Stay humble, stay positive, stay strong, and always stay encouraged. I am Papipele Hunkin from the beautiful island of Samoa. Remember, you are a warrior. Thank you, Paf Lava. You can find me on PeleInspire.com. I have a 30-minute free consultation to help you, and I want to get you to where I am today. I love all of you, and God bless you all. And I want y'all to, I just want to share with y'all who had introduced Mr. Les Brown to me and who has made a great, big difference in my life is my sister. Come on. This is my sister, Yashika Mack. She introduced Les Brown to me. Les Brown, John Talarico, Winnie, the entire Summit team. I love all of you. I love all of you, the Power Voice family. Thank you so much for this time. God bless, and Pele Inspire out.
Yes. Okay, with the gems in the building, we hear you. Yes, God is my foundation, and I am always loving on me. Okay, so I definitely
right, girl.
thank you for that message, that inspiration.
Thank you.
Man, what did she say? I am a warrior. Yes, honey, I am a warrior. You might as well call me Zena. Yes, I'm loving all these motivational vitamins today. Definitely getting fed. I'm hoping that you all are loving it as well. I'm seeing that you're still sharing is caring. Sharing is caring. If these messages reach at least one person that it could help, it has done its job. So I need you to keep sharing that link. And I did say I was going to give away a gift card. And so I found Mario Martinez. Hopefully you're still tuned in. If you're still tuned in, give me a thumb up. All right. Definitely still tuned in. Zena, we're in the building, definitely. So stay tuned. Thank you for sharing. Everyone, keep sharing. As I stated, keep sharing in your groups, on your platforms, on your MySpace, in your email. Share the link, and keep giving that positive virtual energy. That positive virtual energy comes in the forms of those likes, those comments, and the thumbs ups and the shares. So keep doing that. It's so great. All right. Now, okay, our next powerful motivational speaker is a certified motivational speaker and also actually certified, and she's under the GOAT, Les Brown. So she's been certified by the GOAT himself. And she's also the founder of the My I Am Matters Ministries. She's none other than Lorraine Walker Nelson.
Hi there. How are you? All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Lorraine Nelson, and it's such an honor to be here. It's a pleasure to be here. I wanted to just say thank you, Mr. Brown. You rock. Thank you, John Talarico. You rock. Thank you, my church family, my family. You all rock. And thank you for being here. I wanted to talk to you today about when losing is actually winning. November 21, 2002 was a very special day for me, guys. Man, I was excited. My son was born, Zachary St. John Nelson. I was on top of the world. I had the girl and I had the boy, and nothing could change anything. I was happy. But guess what? I was happy, but I didn't realize at the time that God had other plans for me. I heard everyone saying, Lorraine, 8-month baby, don't live in my Jamaican dialect. And I just didn't pay too much attention to it. I went home with my baby and I had victory. Yes, I won. But one morning, very early, I was there and the baby just stopped taking the breast. Everything seemed to be going haywire. And I was like, Lord, what's going on here? And he was making some sounds. I now realized he was having seizures. I took him to the doctor. And write this down, guys. Do not hold a grudge. Never hold a grudge against anyone. Because I was in that doctor's office. My baby was the youngest. He was screaming with seizures. And the receptionist or nurse, whatever she was called, looked at him last. So I was on the back burner. I remember vividly December 2, because it was my daughter's birthday. So I had a lot going on. I went into the doctor and my Zachary was critical. The long and short of it is that he had abnormal vessels in his brain that ruptured because he came at 8 months because I was sick with preeclampsia and my Zachary died. How do you pick yourself up after something like that? You see, I had lost before. I had a miscarriage, then I had my daughter, then lost Zachary. So, you know, when you're thinking, okay, God, are you picking on me? But I realized that I was not being picked on. I was picked. How do I pick myself up? Because I was picked. When you don't know what to say or do, what do you really do? Write this down. Do nothing. It is in that stillness, that quiet, when the noise in your mind of the world is still, that's when you hear God. That's when you hear the voice of God. I was really searching to hear the voice of God. I didn't know that he was speaking. But I realized that I heard the voice of God in my twin sister who said, Lorraine, you look popped down. Do something about yourself. She splashed a little makeup on me. God bless her. And I felt better about myself. It seemed simple, but it made a difference. My other sister said, Lorraine, God did not do this to hurt you. It's not happening to hurt you, but it's to draw you. And I made a purpose in my heart that I must learn something from this. This did not come to take me out because God wanted to use my voice. And I tell you today that God is waiting on your voice. I was looking for a voice coming out of the sky that says, Lorraine, it's your time. Funny. That was not what God was saying to me. I'm going to give you an acronym that I made for my Zachary. Z. You have to have a zest for life. I had to find my zest for life. Why? Because my 2-year-old daughter was clutching at my sleeves and she was saying, Mommy, I need you. I'm just 2. I had to live. I had to find my zest. A. I had to accept what I couldn't change. I was broken. But I realized that God was saying, shattered, broken, but not destroyed. C, write this down. I had to care. You see, self-care, do not discount the power of caring for you. I had to care enough about me to pick myself up. Care enough about you to pick yourself up off that couch today or wherever you're sitting. Pick yourself up. Purpose in your heart. I picked myself up not just for me, but for the people who were depending on me. For my daughter, my husband, my corporate family, so many persons. My mom. I was looking for the voice of God, but I realized that the voice of God comes in so many ways. He's always speaking. It was when my mom bathed me after surgery and made me felt special, like somebody cared. That was the voice of God. Are you looking for the voice of God? Because I guarantee you, he's speaking. I'm going to say H. Write that down. Still spelling Zachary. Heart. God wants a broken and a contrite heart. He says he will not despise a broken and a contrite heart. My heart was broken, but I realized that that's what God was looking for. He was using that to make something special. And today, I realized also that I had to be accountable. Write that down. Accountability. I was accountable for my emotions, for my feelings, for how long I held on to that pain and that stress. I was accountable for that. And write this down again, resilience. You see, we are more than we think. It's in adversity that God really introduces us to who we are. I realized in that moment that, hey, Lorraine, your next is greater than your now. Write that down. Your next is greater than your now. This did not come to take you out. Life did not come to take you out. It came to tell you that you are made for this, for such a time as this. And last but not least, yield. I had to yield to the power of God, to the voice that was saying, Lorraine, I got you. Just let go. Let me do my thing. Because I showed up for you. Now Zachary is 18 today. And somehow he whispered in the ears of God. He said, my mom needs to share this story today. So I don't know what story you need to share, but there's an angel that is watching over you. God is watching. And somebody's creating a negotiation. My son did that. But not only did I win that angel, I won another son. Jonathan Avier Nelson was born on September 15, 2005. September 14, 2005. He's gonna have my head for that. But guess what? God had a purpose in all of this. You see, I did not lose. I won. And I'm gonna continue winning. And like I won, you will continue to win too. Because God has placed you here on this earth for such a time as this. I realize that God is always speaking. He's speaking in your friend that called you this morning to offer you a word of encouragement. He's speaking today through my church family who's here. He's speaking through Les Brown, who created this program and gave me a platform. He's speaking to my coach, through my coach, John Talarico, who plugged in Alisa Little, through everybody that invested in me. He's speaking to everyone who prayed over me. He's speaking. You see, it's not a cloud coming out of the sky. God is always speaking. And today he's depending on you. He's depending on me. He's saying your voice is important. You matter. You must use it for greater. Now, it's just a beautiful thing to know that I am the voice of God. You see, we are his hands and feet in the earth. And we must use our voice to make a difference. I'm here today to tell you that you have not lost. You have won like I won. We all can win. We all are winners. Because God says, greater is he that is in you, in me, than he that is in the world. And if we silence the noise, it's then that the true voice that God wants to be heard will be heard. It's then that he speaks through us. I'm Lorraine Nelson. You can find me on LorraineAWNelson.com. May God's peace be over you. May his favor surround you like a shield. You are amazing. You are awesome. God loves you. God bless you. I thank you.
Yes. Okay, Miss Lorraine. That was a very, very powerful message, and you are absolutely right. You should use your voice to make a difference, and that's why you're here today, right?
Yes.
Appreciate you sharing your story and your testimony on this virtual platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Yes, yes, yes. Man, not some, but all of these testimonies are really, really tugging at my heartstrings a little bit. I'm like, trying not to shed that tear. But seriously, though, very inspirational and very inspired. And I do feel the motivation coming, secreting through my screen. You all feel it as well? I see you guys over there with your comments and your shares and your reactions. Please keep doing that. Please keep sending that virtual energy. That's what we need. We need that virtual energy. That is what we need. So we're going to keep moving right along with some more motivational vitamins. And our next speaker runs in online international business where he motivates, inspires, and shows his clients the importance of goals, visions, and dreams. He goes by none other than Mensur Putic.
Thank you so much for that warm welcome. Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Mensur Putic. I'm a motivational speaker. As I sit here and talk to you guys today, I want to take you on a little journey. My journey always hasn't been like this. I was born on March 12th, 1986, to a loving mother and father and 4 older sisters. I come from a small country of Bosnia, located in Europe. See, Bosnia is a peaceful country. People take a lot of pride, honor, have dignity and respect. They believe in a higher source, higher power, true believers of God. I believe in God. I've always believed in God. But my childhood, I really didn't have. It was taken like this because we believed in something else. We believed in something greater. You see this hat here. This isn't just a hat. No, it's more than a hat. It's more than a shield. This is for my culture. I wear it with pride. It's for my people. Many lost their lives. Husbands, fathers, mothers and wives, kids. Because we were a different religion or we believed something else. I still remember during the 1990s, we went through a war. It wasn't just a war, it was genocide. It was pure genocide, where people were getting killed and executed. You see, trucks came through our small towns, loaded people up, and some never came back. My dad was on one of those trucks. He was gone for a week or two, where he was tortured and beaten and left for dead, but he lived. As a small boy, I remember standing in the street, looking as he was walking towards me when he got released. Beaten. You could see the bones down his cheeks, and you could see tears coming down his face. But he was alive. We were all alive. Still grateful and thankful, because some weren't. We didn't know where America was, but we heard we were going to be going there. And another truck came later on, and we got shipped to America. Other trucks went to execution centers, or people were scattered all across the world. But we were finding a new home. That home is Iowa, middle of the United States. Americans welcomed us with open arms. They showed us around. They showed us the culture. We began our life here. We didn't know the language. We had no money. We didn't have anything. We had our pride, our honor, our dignity, our homeland. That's what we had. But that was plenty because we were alive. 4th grade, I had a chance to go with my father to construction sites because that's what he did. Mom and dad didn't have degrees. They worked hard labor jobs, waking up at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning to make sure my sisters and I could eat. I had to hide because the apartment we lived in had a limited number of people that could live there. I was the smallest, so I went into the closet, and that was okay. This time I wasn't dodging bullets, so I was willing to do whatever it took. 4th grade, I went to a construction site with my father, and I could see the sweat rolling down his face. And he said, "Son, you have to go to school." I can still remember it till today. Playing in my mind, "Son, you have to go to school." I always wondered why they pushed school so much. But then I remembered my childhood was taken away from me by somebody else. He had so much taken away from him as well, and he didn't want me to live the same footsteps. And that hit me. I remembered the heat of that day, and I'll never forget it. Just like I remembered the war. You see, people say kids don't remember everything. They do. By the time you're 5, you're programmed. I remembered the war as if it happened yesterday. I remember how I felt, how scared I was. But I also knew God put me on the right truck. I knew God had more in me. And that soon would come out of me into the world where I inspire millions. And that's what I'm going to do. I went to school and I finished my associate's degree, my bachelor's degree, and my master's degree. And then I went and started a job with a world-leading agriculture company, but I wasn't happy. I did a few bodybuilding shows, and I went to some powerlifting shows. I felt strong, incredibly strong. I had the passion, the drive of my people, of my culture. I had pride in my DNA. It was in my blood, but it wasn't enough. There was another desire in me, and as I listened to my mentor, Les Brown, I always remembered to myself, why am I doing this stuff? But I had something in me. This refugee was determined. I used to hear people talk about the American dream, and I asked, what is the American dream? I want that American dream, but not just for me. No, this is much greater than me. There are people, Bosnians, that lost their lives. Thousands of people executed that didn't deserve to die. I wanted a company to give back to everybody that I could. And I remember reading a quote by Les Brown. You take the responsibility for making your dream a reality. You see, my friends used to go out every single weekend. They wanted it to go out drinking, but no. I remembered God had a bigger purpose for me. I would tell people my purpose, my vision, my dreams. Some laughed, and that was okay because I know it wasn't in them. God gave that to me to hang on to. And I protected it at all cost. And I do whatever it takes to make it happen. You see, my story started as Mission Impossible, but then I started connecting with the right people. I met John Talarico, great mentor, coach, and a friend. I see him like family. Started working with Les Brown, and things just started working for me. You see, I just didn't have determination. I was focused. There's a lot of people in your life, they temporarily support you. But you need the support of yourself up here. What do you think about yourself? What conversations are you having? Who are you having them with? And of course, always remembering God put me on the right truck. Another quote by Zig Ziglar, and I want you guys to close your eyes and think about this. If you aim at nothing, you will hit it every time. I didn't have time to hit at nothing. No, there was much more to me. You see, when I used to go to sleep, I used to remember those days as a child. The people that lost their lives, they don't get a second chance. Working 9 to 5 didn't cut it for me. No, my purpose was much bigger. Some criticized me, and that was okay. Some wanted to see me fail. That was okay. Everybody that came to my life, I saw it as a job and a duty to put them in a better place, mentally. Put them in a direction that's better than we were in. You see, we all have goals, we all have dreams, and we all have ambition. And we all need somebody to help us out. That's why God created all of us. We're all different. We're all unique. But He put something in each one of us that somebody else doesn't have. But we have the ability to think. We have the ability to act. We have the ability to help. You see, when my life started, like I said, it was mission impossible. But that mission impossible became a possibility. Those of you that are watching globally, I want you to know anything's possible. Believe in your dreams. Be willing to work hard. You're working hard for everything else. You have to work hard for yourself. All the degrees were just investments in myself because I wanted it to develop. But my internal desire That's what John got out of me. My internal desire was that feeling of helping people. That was my passion. There's no degree that can buy that. I am thankful for everything that I have. I am thankful for everything I have achieved. I am thankful for everybody that I've met. Even bad people will teach you good lessons. And I took all my lessons to heart. And I wanted it to go above and beyond for my people, for my Bosnians, for my Americans, and everybody else who's ever helped me in my life. I thank you all. If you go on my website, simply-motivated.com, there's a free ebook for you. Make sure you download it. My name is Mensur Pudic, and I'm a motivational speaker.
Thank you for your testimony. And you said God put you on the right track. And
God
you know
put me
what?
on the right truck.
Your attitude had everything to do with your success. So appreciate that message. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. All of these different messages from people from different walks of life, just they're so inspirational in just different ways. If you agree with that, I need you to like, I need you to comment, I need you to give me a thumbs up, I need you to react, I need you to share. And I'm going to give away another gift card in just a moment. So I need you to share, and then I have a trivia question. So I hope you've been paying attention, because if you answer correctly, you could possibly win a gift card. Everybody likes gift cards. So continue to, yes. Please continue to share. Please continue to react, to respond, to comment. All of that good internet energy. And we're going to keep on flowing. Our next, I say, impactful speaker is a missionary pastor's daughter, entrepreneur, and content creator. And her topic is a moment of silence. Without further ado, Dylan. I don't want to butcher it. Can you help me out, please?
Trust me, I still struggle myself with
Oh
my
my
own name. Daylin Rittner, yes. It's quite the name. It's quite the name. Thank you so much, Cinnamon. I am so honored to be here today. I've been fanning myself because the speakers are bringing the heat.
Yes, welcome.
Amazing stories today. And my name again is Daylin Rittner, but you guys can call me Day. All my friends call me Day. We're going to be talking about silence today. It's an honor to speak to you today. And you wonder, if this is a speaker summit, why are we talking about silence, girl? All right, well, hear me out. And there's this man that was on his phone. You know how we do on the phone, all distracted. He's reading an article. And he tells his wife, honey, look at this article right here. It says that women talk twice as many words as men do. So the wife, she doesn't think about it very much and says, of course, it makes perfect sense. That's because women have to repeat things to men twice. We get the reputation that we speak a lot, huh? The reality is that we don't really have a huge difference in the amount of words that we speak. But I'm going to talk to you today about silence, not in the sense of speaking, but in the sense of focus. And I'm going to use a story in this book right here. You got that? This special book right here, you don't have to be a believer to get the lessons this book has to offer. So if you're not a Christian and you're not used to the Bible, don't worry. I know it's a little intimidating, it's a little thick, but you'll be okay. You can Google this story if you don't have a Bible. Not now. You first do the summit, then you Google. It's in the book of Joshua in the Bible. It's called the Battle of Jericho. The Battle of Jericho has a very important key lesson regarding silence and focus. It turns out, long story short, that God had sent a mission to the Israelites. He was going to deliver the city of Jericho in their hands. From the beginning, victory was guaranteed. And I want to stop for a minute, and I want you to write down. And if you don't want to write it down, just say it out loud, because it's important when we say and manifest things. Victory is guaranteed to those who focus and don't give up. So victory was guaranteed for the Israelites, but God gave them special instructions that they had to follow in order to achieve the goal. So that he told them, You must walk around the city. Okay, you remember well, you don't remember, hopefully not. We weren't there, but we know, we've seen Game of Thrones. The big cities back then had huge walls around them. The people were to walk around the walls once a day for 6 days. On the 7th day, 7 times. At the end of this last walk, they would yell, shout, grr, whatever the shout was, and victory would be achieved. The city would be delivered in their hands. So basically, this is what they did. But Joshua, their leader, being the insightful and very smart leader, he knew his people. He knew his people. He said, people, and I'm paraphrasing, of course, let me tell you all something. You all are going to be quiet. Zip, no sound from you until I tell you shout. And when you're instructed to shout, then you make a sound. And Joshua, why did he do this? Could you imagine? We are social beings. In this social distancing era, this is not natural for us. You can imagine we get distracted very easily. We're on our phones. We are on this all the time. When people are talking to us, we are here all the time. We get easily distracted. Joshua knew if he let them roam free, they would be distracted. So what happened? He said, be quiet, focus, because we have a battle to win. We have a mission to accomplish. We have Jericho to conquer. And that's exactly what they did. If he would have let them roam free, I could hear it now. Complaining, talking amongst each other, getting distracted, getting delayed. Why are we walking so much? This is taking too long. Are those your Fendi sandals you're using to walk around Jericho? Girl, those are cute. We get distracted with the shiny objects all over the place. What is your Jericho? It turns out that in the 7th day, when they walked 7 times around Jericho and they shouted, the walls came tumbling down. Y'all know that little song. If you grew up in the church, you know the walls came tumbling down. What walls need to come tumbling down for you to achieve your goals and dreams? What is your Jericho? What are you trying to conquer? I'll tell you a little bit about my Jericho. It's called Alexander, my firstborn. I'll show you. He's really cute. Not because he's my son, but he is cute. Can you see that? He is a cute kid. See how easy we get distracted? But he is cute. When he was 5 months old, I thought I had a perfect baby. I went with him to the well visit, and the doctor said, there's something wrong with him. His head's not growing according to his time. Let's do an MRI. Those are fighting words for a first mom, for any mom, but first time mom, what's going on with my child? Fix him. What's happening? They did an MRI and it confirmed that he was born with a cerebellar malformation right here. The cerebellum controls the ability to learn and it controls motor skills. So they didn't know what his quality of life was going to be like at that point. They didn't give me many hopes because no one knew. And my walls came tumbling down. My emotional walls came tumbling down. And if you're a parent, you understand. Those are very bad news. Very bad news, especially for a first-time mom. My son is globally developmentally delayed. He's autistic, and he does need assistance for every single thing in life. He's got aspiration, which means he chokes easily, even with his own saliva. His foods have to be pureed for the most part, and he's incontinent. He doesn't sleep very well, but I was determined. He needs to walk. And why walking? Because I believed in my heart that if he walked, he would be more curious about life, and that would fuel his independence, and it would make him want to learn more and more capable of other things if he just learned to walk. So I got into every program. I had a choice, lay down or keep walking. I kept walking around Jericho. Jericho took 7 days. Mine did not take 7 days. I got discouraged at times. We get discouraged. We're only human. But victory is guaranteed. I walked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years with my baby in my arms, hoping one day he would walk right alongside me. He didn't walk at 7 years. He didn't walk at 8 years. But in 2019, after a lot of pushing, because I could be a pushy mom, And I don't care if people would look at me with the pity, like, oh, poor thing. Look at her. He may not even make it, but oh, she tries. You know, I didn't care. We had a mission to accomplish. We needed to get this done. 2019, at 9 years old, Alexander took one first step. Now, he's not a marathon runner, but he gets better every single day, and he's becoming more independent in walking. He's unable to stand still. Okay, I call him the bicycle because he can't stop or he falls. But it's such a miracle. I cannot describe the feeling that I had when I saw my baby take one first step. Walls came tumbling down. Jericho was conquered. And I will continue, and we will continue to conquer more battles, more Jerichos. What is your Jericho? What is that goal you're longing for, or even maybe working on for years and nothing's even happened? See, sometimes we get delayed because we get distracted. We start talking, or we start, getting discouraged, or listening to people who are saying, hey, you can't do that. That's too hard. You have 2 kids. You can't start a YouTube channel. You don't have time to make videos and talk to people. What are you going to talk to them about? Your life? Yeah. How inspiration? Don't listen to that. You have Jericho to conquer, and you can conquer. I want you to say it. I will conquer, because you can. We have so many battles, but we can win them, because victory is guaranteed as long as we don't give up. As long as we don't give up and stay focused on the goal, walls will come tumbling down and we will reach our goals. You will reach your goals. If you believe that we need more positive voices in this world, I invite you to become part of my community on YouTube, Spanglish Generation. Why Spanglish? Because it's me. It's who I am. I have Spanish and English all stuck in my head, and it's a miracle that I've been able to do 10 minutes almost without inserting a Spanish word in there. It's part of who I am. I also invite you to get a free report on my page on how to stay focused during your journey, and that's daylinherrittner.life. That's hard, I know. That's why I gave you Spanglish Generation first. Thank you so much. I wish you the best. Good luck.
See, now when you say it, it sounds so easy.
It's not, but it's possible.
Oh, listen. Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate you being on this wonderful virtual platform with us today. And you are absolutely right. We do get easily distracted by shiny things like squirrel out of nowhere. So the focus is definitely necessary. Man, loving all of this interaction, all of these reactions, all of these shares. Now, I told you all that I was going to give away another gift card, and I have a trivia question. So my question is, how much money did Giselle have for the raffle? Somebody put the answer in the comment box. We're going to choose a winner and see who's been paying attention. How much money did Giselle have for the raffle? All right. So I need some up. All right. We've got some. Okay. Nomi Perez. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Nomi Perez, congratulations. Thank you so much for paying attention. I'm trying to make sure I jot you down so I make sure you have. All right. Yes. Thank you guys so much for your continued participation, for those reactions, for the shares, for the comments, all of that great virtual energy. That's what we need. That's what we need to keep the ball rolling. So our next powerful, impactful speaker is a former U.S. Marine and Deputy Sheriff. And he actually is the host of Determination Determines Destination podcast. He's none other than Sid Owsley.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to be here with you today. I'm Sid Owsley. And I know that you want to make a powerful impact in this world and achieve your goals and dreams. Put yes in the comments if you've ever had a goal or dream that you were so determined to achieve that no one or no thing could stop you. Great, because I want to share something with you today that I live by on a daily basis, something I call the 3 Ds to success. Determination determines destination. I use this on a daily basis. You see, many times when people talk about achieving their goals and dreams, they talk about using motivation. Motivation usually happens when you're at that workshop or you're at a seminar for the weekend and you're there with a few hundred people and it's an emotionally charged atmosphere and you're all working on the same goal. But what happens when you go back home on that Monday and you're back to paying those bills? You're sitting in traffic and you're in the daily grind again. And it comes time for you to apply what you learned in that workshop. Usually people say these 3 words: I'm not motivated. You see, you're not in that emotional atmosphere anymore. So you're not motivated to apply what you learned in that workshop. And this is when the 3 Ds to success, determination determines destination, has to kick in. You see, motivation gets you started, but it's determination that keeps you going. Now, many people have used the 3 Ds to success, determination determines destination, to achieve great things in their life. People like Michael Jordan. Now, Michael Jordan was kicked off his high school basketball team at the age of 15. Now, he could have allowed that to crush him. That could have been the end of his basketball career at the age of 15. But instead, he dug down deep into his soul. He became determined to determine his own destination in life. And we all know what his ultimate destination became: going to the NBA, becoming a 6-time world champion, and arguably the greatest NBA player in history. Another group of people that use the 3 Ds to success to great effect were the leaders of the civil rights movement. People like Medgar Evers, Martin Luther King, and Rosa Parks. Their determination was to determine the destination of the United States and show people all around the world that people of all races, colors, and creeds could live together and work together. They were determined to determine the destination of this nation. Og Mandino said, "Failure can never overtake me as long as my determination to succeed is strong enough." Now, in my own life, I used the 3 Ds to success. When I was 18 years old, I went into the U.S. Marine Corps. And on the very first day of Marine Corps boot camp, the drill instructor comes out and he says, "This is my island. And the fastest way for you to get off of my island is to graduate." And it was at that moment that I had to decide that I was going to be determined enough to determine my own destination and become a U.S. Marine. And that is exactly what I did. You see, 13 weeks later, I marched across that parade field on Parris Island and I became a U.S. Marine. Now, another time I used the 3 Ds to success: determination determines destination. Write that in the comments. Type that in the comments. I use these principles to learn a business. You see, I was in Rio de Janeiro on vacation, and I just happened to be in a restaurant when a man walked in and he was telling someone else, "Hey, I've been here for 6 months. I made about $300,000 in my business. I just been hanging out here for 6 months." And I thought to myself, I need to find out what this guy does, because I want to be able to just hang out down here in Rio for 6 months. And so I struck up a conversation with him. We exchanged information. He told me a little bit about the business, but I still didn't really understand how to get started and make money. So to make a long story short, over about a 3-year period, I would see this man in Rio, or we would talk on the phone every once in a while, and I would ask him about this business. And he would only tell me enough to make 1 or 2 little steps forward, but I could never put all the pieces together to really understand how to make money in this business. And so it was around the 3rd year, I asked him a question when I saw him in Rio again. And he said, you know what, man? You are so determined. I'm going to teach you this business, but you have to come to Chicago. I said, no problem. I'll be there. And 3 weeks later, I was in Chicago. And for 3 days, I slept on that man's office floor. I ate Harold chicken and I drank Mountain Dew. Now, anybody that's from Chicago knows that KFC ain't got nothing on Harold chicken. Harold chicken is the bomb. So for 3 days, I ate that Harold chicken and I slept on that man's floor and I learned that business. I made money from that business and it helped me to go on to do other great things with the money that I made. I even used the 3 Ds to success: determination, determines, destination, to do something fun. You see, I was in Rio de Janeiro again. Maybe I should move there. That seems to be a good luck place for me. Anyway, I was in Rio de Janeiro again, and I happened to look at my phone, and I saw that some friends posted on Facebook that they were also in Rio. So I contacted them and said, hey, I'm here too. I walked over to their hotel because it was only a few minutes away. It was a husband and wife. And the wife says, we're going hang gliding tomorrow. I said, you know what? I'm going to go with you because I've always wanted to do that. So the next day we go to the place to go hang gliding. And we are standing on this enormous cliff. I mean, this cliff is so high. When I looked down, I could see the birds flying below me. I could see the tops of the trees below me. Now, the instructor has already told us not to look down. Well, obviously, it was too late. I had already started looking down, and I knew I had to change something because I was determined to go hang gliding. So this is what I did. I had to raise my vision, and I had to look out over the horizon. I had to focus on my destination instead of focusing on the trees below, the fear I had below. And when it came time to run down the platform, the instructor said, hey, Sid, it's time to go. We ran down the platform, jumped off the cliff, and had a successful flight. Now, what this moment taught me was that I could use my determination to overcome fear. Instead of focusing on my fear, I could use my determination to focus on my destination, to focus on my results. So you have to be determined to achieve your greatness in life. You have to be committed to achieving your goals. This is your time. This is your opportunity. You see, we're in the midst of a COVID pandemic, political uncertainty, financial uncertainty. People need your unique talents and gifts at this moment. This is your time to leave a legacy of good works in this world, to make an impact on this world. Now, I don't know you, but I do know about you. And I know that you are unstoppable. I know that you want to make a powerful impact. And I know that you have what it takes to achieve your goals and dreams in this world. My name is Sid Owsley. That's my story. And I'm sticking to it. If you want to contact me, just come through sidowsley.com, my website. You can get a free gift about how to align your goals with your values. And by the way, the hang gliding story, you can see that on my Instagram. And I did wind up taking a 6-month trip. I actually took that trip through Africa. I went through 6 countries for 6 months in Africa. Again, that's my story and I'm sticking to it. Thank you.
Wow. Okay. Determination determines destination. Makes sense. Appreciate that testimony, aka your story that you're sticking to. Thank you so much for being with us on this virtual platform this wonderful afternoon, Mr. Sid Owsley.
All right, Cinnamon. Thank you.
Absolutely. How are you guys doing out there? You guys still with us? Still sharing? Still commenting? We are going to keep on rolling and flowing. So, I need you guys to keep that same energy. I need that same energy. I need that virtual energy. Since we all can't be in the room together, I need to feel the power over the internet. And I feel that power with your reactions, your comments, your likes, your sharing across your platforms and your groups. So please continue to do that. Thank you very much. And our next wonderful, powerful speaker is an avid advocate for social mobility and empowerment. And she's going to talk about how you should dare to reinvent yourself. And her name is Amina Mohammed.
Hi, welcome everyone. My name's Amina, and it's a privilege to be here with you today. I have a question for you. Does anybody have any goals and dreams? I want you to type dreamer into the comment box if that is you. And I have another question. Does anybody wish they could have done something differently in their life? Yes, me too. I see the comments coming in, and it looks like I'm in the right place at the right time. And I have one more question, but I'm pretty sure I know the answer to this one. Has anybody had a decisive moment? A moment that a moment where their hearts and mind became in sync. You see, moment, death is a silent partner. The greatest loss in life is not death, but what we allow to die inside of us while we're alive. You see, I met death in the faces of the people I love most. Flying back from my first holiday with my friends, I received the call, Grandma's gone. And right then I felt everything, and then I felt nothing at all. You see, my grandmother, she cultivated my heart. My grandmother, she believed in me. She told me that impossible was not part of her dictionary. She was a resilient woman. She told me I had to be extra, extraordinary. You see,
That is all right. You know how the internet works. A couple of technical difficulties, but that's okay. I'm sure she'll be back all right in just a moment. In the meantime, in between time, I want you to still continue to like, share, comment, react. So it's okay. A couple of technical difficulties. We'll work our way back on around to her. You guys still with me? Give me a thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up if you're still with me. All right, all right, all right. So we're just going to keep this thing on rolling. And our next powerful speaker is actually has actually been mentored by the GOAT himself, Mr. Les Brown, and is working on motivational speaking and writing her first book. So author is soon to be added to her resume. And her name is Carolina Miranda.
Hey, how are you? Good afternoon, good evening. I don't know where you are in the world, but I just want to start off with saying thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you for being here. God knows that, my goodness, I did not expect to be up here talking. And as I go telling you about my story, you'll find out why. So, my first lesson I ever learned was in 1993. And that lesson was, when you're at your lowest, look to your highest. That was the year that my parents decided to separate. And, it's very common for parents to separate, right? Yeah, well, they separated. My dad got into some trouble. He ended up getting incarcerated. And I thought that was bad. Being daddy's little girl, whew, it was, it paid such a hard toll on everything that I might break down at the age of 10. And let me tell you, I thought that was bad. Well, no, things got worse. And it led to me getting verbally abused. I got mentally abused. I got physically abused. And eventually I ended up getting also sexually abused. And due to all these circumstances, you know, just like any other kid, I think, or any adult, I suffered through depression. I was suicidal. I became a high school dropout. I became a teenage mom. I became a single teenage mom as that. And I just, it was so difficult to understand how can somebody go through all these things and, you know, live a happy life. Lessons that I've learned in life, one thing I definitely learned was that you have to love yourself. How many of you know that you have to love yourself? And if you do, put that on the chat. I love me, because you have to learn to love yourself. And one quotes that my mentor, and I call my Uncle Brown, is that there is no pain bigger than purpose. And when you realize that every circumstance you go through life, there's a reason for it. And not everybody can overcome these obstacles and these, you know, we all gonna have to go through pain. Pain is inevitable, whether we like it or not. Sometimes it'll be for a minute, sometimes it'll be for a month, and sometimes it'll be for a year, you know? And it's all up to us to work on ourselves and consistently understand that we have. The reason I didn't decide to commit suicide, which was when I was 11 years old, was because I had two younger sisters. And my two younger sisters to me were my world. And due to the circumstances that my mother had to work two jobs, and her being an immigrant parent here in this country, and me being first generation, it was so difficult because I was my sister's mom, and we had no help. I was my mom's, excuse me, sorry. I was my mother's, I was my mother, I apologize. I was my mother's translator, and I had to do everything all by myself. And I want you to write this down. A, B, C, D, but backwards. D, you have to decide. Decide on what you want to do in life, because we all have a purpose and we all have something to do in this world, and you must decide on what it is. C, commit. You need to commit to everything and anything you put your mind to. Like, you, without commitment, you will not accomplish anything. So you need to learn to commit. B, believe. You must believe not only in the idea that you have, but you must believe in yourself, because without that, you can't accomplish anything, and you need to understand that. A, act. You must act on everything. People wait for things to happen, and that it doesn't work that way. You have to go out there and push and find out who you relate to, who can help you, who will uplift you. Because the reality is, there's a lot of haters out there, guys. And as much as people say they want to see you do good, they don't want to see you do better than them. So don't be surprised if you don't get the proper support, or even count on people to really be behind you. Because at the end of the day, you have to do it for yourself, and you need to learn to trust yourself, believe in yourself, and you can accomplish anything and every single thing you want in life. Just like Dolores Huerta said, "Si se puede," which means yes, you can. Yes, you can. I have to tell you, you can accomplish anything you want in life. Forgive yourself. Forgive yourself, because we are the hardest people on ourselves. And it's amazing to realize how hard we really are on ourselves, you know? And forgive yourself for all the things that you had no control of, because life is going to throw a lot of obstacles, plenty of obstacles, but it's up to you to utilize that to a positive outcome, because we can't prevent things from happening, just grow from them. And if we don't grow from them, what do we learn? it's just going to be a repetitive cycle. And let me tell you something. We are all here for a purpose, for a reason. And I want to let you know that even everybody that's on this panel, everybody did such an amazing job. And it's just so much information that please make sure you utilize this, write it down, take notes. And if it helps you, it'll be fabulous, because all we need to do is help one another to really overcome anything and become anything we want to do. Life is hard. Life is really hard, and sometimes we don't know what to do and how to do it. But trust me, when you find the right people, it's amazing how much you learn and how helpful it is. No matter what you encounter, it's you're gonna do great. I promise you. And I'm all about self-love, and I want to teach you how to love yourself. And it goes through mind, body, soul, and spirit. It's everything together. It's a combination. And we need to challenge ourselves and to get out that comfort zone. Because depending on where you lived and where you grew up, I grew up in the hood, so I know all about poverty and how we're raised over there. The schools are no good, so we need to learn how to educate ourselves. Self-education is so important, because at the end of the day, we need to learn to become emotionally intelligent. And it's hard for people to understand what that is, because we don't get taught this in school. And it's literally what separates us from the 3% that are wealthy. So we need to learn to get uncomfortable in comfortability, because when we learn how to do that, we start learning how to break the cycles of being in that comfort zone. And I don't know if you believe in God. I don't know if you believe in Allah. I don't know who you believe in, but you have to believe in something and know that your spirit will always guide you correctly. So know that you're here for a reason. And I have a website. It's motivatedwithcarolina.com. Check it out. I would really love to help anybody find their inner spirit and help you, guide you. Listen, being a teenage mom, a single mom, it was very hard, but I want to show you how to shine, because we're meant to shine. Not only stars, baby, we are all stars over here. So make sure you understand that you cannot settle. We are not here to settle for anything other than what we deserve, and we deserve the world. So know that we deserve the world. We deserve the best. And if you know that you deserve the best, type that in. Type it in. I am the best, because you are. And you have so much greatness within you that even though you don't see it, even though you don't feel it or even comprehend it right now, it'll eventually come out. But you got to find yourself and know that you will, and you can accomplish so many things in this world, and you will help a lot of people as well.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you
Miss
so much for the
Carolina.
opportunity.
Absolutely. Appreciate you being on our virtual platform today. Said, get uncomfortable in your comfort zone. I felt that. That really resonated with me. How about you guys? You guys felt that? I know you did, because I do see the comments, I see the reactions, and please continue to share. And we appreciate you tuning in on this Les Brown platform. And everybody is inspired by the GOAT. Therefore, if you'd like some official Les Brown merchandise, please visit lesbrownofficial.com. For some official Les Brown merchandise, for some inspirational merchandise, I need you to go to lesbrownofficial.com, and you can use the code HUNGRY77 for 10% off. HUNGRY77 for 10% off. Everybody loves a little discount. There you go. All right. I need to keep this virtual energy going and flowing. So I need you all to continue to share, continue to comment, continue to react as we dive into our next powerful speaker. Our next speaker actually comes from humble beginnings and feels that her purpose in life is to contribute and help people reach their full potential. And her name is Daisy Fernandez.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. How's everyone doing so far? I hope everyone is excited as I am today. I would like to start off by saying thank you so much for John Talarico for believing in me and for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this today. I found a little bit of myself with your conversations because I know there's a lot more that I'm still discovering. And to the one and only Les Brown, the legend, I must say, you have made a tremendous contribution in my life and who I am today. I thank you for that because it was during the darkest moments that I found a light inside of myself because of you. And I just want to say thank you. And to everyone who is listening here today, this speech is for you. You know why? Because you're saying yes to yourself. You're saying yes to a new beginning. You're saying yes to a new year, a new you. You're saying yes by just being here right now. So if you're feeling me right now, I want you to type yes in the chat box right now. I want you to get connected because that's what this is all about. And to all the speakers today, I just want to say I'm very proud of all of you because it is through your storytelling that we're making a difference in the world. And I just want to say how happy I am that you are making a difference in my life. So while I continue, I want you to think of a dream, not just any dream, but the dream you were brought in this planet to have. And this dream can only live through you. As you can see, I'm a little bit nervous. So I just want to put it out there so that I can feel a little better. But I really want you to be with me today. Okay. I might not know you, but I know that you are in every way special. And I know that. Okay, because I can feel the energy. I'm not able to see you, but I can feel you. Just know that. And you had the choice to keep scrolling or to go about your day, but for some reason you're still here. Why? I want you to think about that while I continue. How come you're still attracted to this summit? How come you're still here, right? I want you to think about that and really focus and be with me right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Daisy Fernandez. I am 27 years old. I have a beautiful son named Santiago, and I was born in El Salvador. My family and I came to the United States when I was 9 years old, seeking the American dream. That for me has truly been a dream. Being with you right now is a dream of mine, talking to all of you. And I just want to say how happy and excited I am. It is truly an honor. I remember our first night in the United States, my family and I stayed in a small apartment here in Houston, Texas. We didn't have beds, we didn't have couches, we didn't have what you can call material things. However, I remember my dad that day told us something that changed my life forever, which was we might not have much, but we have each other. That right there showed me and led me to understand one of my deeply held values. One of my deeply held values, which is family. The F in family for me stands for trust. The F means faith, which is trusting and believing that we will get through this together. The A stands for abundance. We might not have the materials, but we have plenty of love, plenty of care, and plenty of giving for one another. The M stands for meaning. I found my purpose in life by understanding this one value that I carry with me. My purpose in life, as mentioned earlier, is to contribute people reach their full potential. And that is anyone in the world to reach your full potential, because when you reach your full potential, I reach mine. It's to inspire. Inspiring others through my storytelling, to just be me, not anybody else, just being myself, expressing who I am and being proud of it. The L stands for leading others. I lead through example. I am a purpose-driven leader, and I can feel that. And I know you can too. And the why, which is the most important part of this, is you. Y-O-U. What is your passion? What fulfills you? What gets you excited about life? Do you know that? Have you ever thought about what's important for you? What will make you change everything, drop everything right now and start working on yourself? Well, for a long time, I believed that just going to school, getting good grades, going to college, that I would become successful. I played soccer all of high school, and I even made it to college playing soccer. Then, boom, life hit me. I tore both of my ACLs. I was not able to play anymore. I felt like a lot of it was just going downhill. My grades reflected that. For a long time, I carried that with me. And I can tell you that I hit rock bottom at the age of 23 when I was pregnant, and I fell into a depression, and I didn't even know that I was in a depression. So I know, trust me, when I see people, I see myself in you, because at one point I went through that. And I just want you to know that you're not alone, and that there's people like me who care about what you're going through, because I know that you just need someone to listen to you, to hear what you say to them, to see what you say to them, and to feel with your heart what you say to them. That is the key element of becoming a better person, is when you can understand people because you can see yourself through them. That creates the connectiveness that we all need during these hard times. So I want to start off by saying that I realized something important was when my mind is connected to my heart, I can step into the future, but I cannot step into the future still thinking in my past. And I know a lot of you can relate to this, but yes, if you relate to this right now, you cannot think in the future or still holding on to the past. So guess what? You must go through a stage of rehab. I went through a stage of rehab for a year and 8 months, and that was because I was addicted to suffering. I was addicted to my past. It defined me at that moment. However, I made a commitment to think with my mind and my heart. I was no longer that same girl. I know that I'm a different person now than who I was before. And I must tell you, for a long time, I looked at what I did as a job. I was stuck in that belief that I was just working. Now, how I see it, this is a calling of mine. This is a calling for me to make a contribution to others. And that also includes you. So if this message can touch anybody, just one person, if this message can really resonate to your heart, something I am encouraging you and inviting you to think about is to see life with your mind and your heart. Not just your mind and not just your heart. Be gentle with yourself. I made a lot of mistakes. I own up to it. Guess what? Life comes with responsibility. Taking accountability of your life. That is the key element. And I'm going to close off with saying that Eleanor Roosevelt said, "The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty in their dreams." Now, who is in control of that dream? Remember, I said earlier, keep that dream in your mind. This is the time to bring that dream out and make it happen. You cannot wait. We don't know how long this pandemic will go on for. We don't know what the future looks like, but we can start already creating that here. When our mind is connected to our heart, we develop a new way of being, and that new way of being will reflect your purpose in life. Thank you so much, everybody. I do have a podcast. It is called Read This Cover Podcast. You can listen to it in daisyfernandez.com. And if there is anything that I can do to help you become a better person and to reach your full potential, holler at me. Thank you so much, everybody. Take care.
Yay. Okay, you cannot step into your future holding on to your past. I know we all felt that. Thank you for those great words, Daisy. Absolutely. I see you guys are still giving us the virtual love by your comments, your reactions, and your shares. And please remember to go to Les Brown Official for your Les Brown merchandise. That's Les Brown Official for your merchandise, and use the code HUNGRY77. HUNGRY77. Whenever he says hungry, that reminds me of on the Lion King when the hyena says Mufasa. He's like, ooh. Whenever Les Brown says hungry, I'm like, ooh. That's the feeling that I get. And I know some of you guys feel me as well out there. Share it, share it, share it. I see it, I see it. React, react, react. Comment, comment, comment. And visit Les Brown Official, Hungry77 for 10% off. All right. Now, we know that technology gives us some technical difficulties, but that's okay. We're going to keep moving right along anyway. And I know that she's going to do a phenomenal job. So, once again, she is an advocate for social mobility and empowerment. And she's going to talk about how you should dare to reinvent yourself. And her name is Amina Mohammed.
Hi everyone, welcome back. God loves a trier. Sometimes you have to persist until you succeed. So I made a decision. I made a decision that transformed the trajectory of my life, where my heart and mind became aligned and my spirit became in sync. You see, there's only one guarantee in life, and that is death. And death doesn't discriminate. No, death comes with no appointment. Death is like a silent partner of life. But the greatest loss in life we have is not death, but what we allow to die inside us while we're alive. You see, I met death in the face of the people I loved most. Flying back from my first ever holiday with my friends, I got the call, grandma's gone. And you see, in that moment, I felt everything, and then I felt nothing at all. You see, my grandmother, she cultivated my heart. She believed in me. She told me that impossible was not part of her dictionary. You see, she told me to be extra, extraordinary. She told me that you can't fit a big dream into a small life. She was resilient, and losing her meant I lost the best part of me. See, we didn't just share a name, we shared our dreams, and it was hard, ladies and gentlemen. It was hard. But in that moment, I realized that change is inevitable. Things are always going to change. But personal growth is a choice. And I want you to type choice in the comment box, because I know we all have a choice to make in life. And sometimes we have to make the hard choices. You see, MJ talks about the man in the mirror, but I was faced with the woman in the mirror, and it was so difficult staring back at my reflection, mirror, mirror on the wall. How did I become this desperate and small? You see, it's harder for the helper to ask for help. Months later, my best friend passed away, and there it was again, death staring at me through my friend. You see, my grandmother, she cultivated my heart. She gave me a heart centered life. That's why I have so much love for the people around me and others. But my best friend, she taught me how to think. Her mantra was Hakuna Matata, baby. It means no worries. She was an extractor. She would extract good from every situation. She was incredible because she taught me how to live a legendary life. You see, watching her light become dim, watching her become a shadow, it hit me again that life, the greatest loss in life is not death, but what we allow to die inside us. You see, we all make decisions in life, and I want you to write this down. Get out of your own way. You see, the Amina I had imagined, she was in my way. Have you ever two-stepped in a corridor with someone only to realize that reflection was you? You see, I was avoiding facing myself until I had no choice but to come face to face with myself. And that's when it all made sense. You see, I truly believe that each one of us were made on purpose, for a purpose, with purpose. See, we were created by the creator to create. Now, who really felt that? Because I'm here for our minds to connect and for our souls to connect. Because when you live a heart-centered life, that's when we have a soul connection. You see, I know why this page sings. And write this down. You have to live life like you mean it. I don't want you to just survive. No, no, you have to thrive because you have something special. You see, my favorite book says that the believers will be successful. So I had to believe. I had to believe in Amina. And I want you to say this with me. Powerful change is within me. Powerful change is within me. You see, I had to acknowledge that the change I was seeking was always inside of me. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over and expecting a different result. But I had to stop and say, if I wanted to change, then the change had to come from within. And I know 2020 has been a change. 2020 has been a process. 2020 has been a challenge. Feels like every day we're going through a revolving door of chaos. Feels like every day there's more confusion to the madness. But I have a message. Keep pushing and dare to reinvent yourself, because we all have some setbacks in life, but best believe that's when you have a bigger comeback. You see, I had parked and decided I was going to live a small life, but I dared to reinvent myself. I said, no more. See, when you stop fighting for the things you want in life, the things you don't want automatically show up. When you're casual about life, you become a casualty. Oh, you see, I had to dream again. I had to dare to reinvent myself. And I want you to keep pushing, because you have greatness within you. Simba, don't you know you are more than that which you have become? See, he wasn't just talking to Simba, he was talking to me, and he was talking to you. You are more than just your losses. You are more than just your failures. You are more than your bank account. There are no mistakes. There are no accidents. This is your divine confirmation. You see, the coronavirus is not here to define and break you. The coronavirus is here to refine and make you. Yes. Les Brown says, shoot for the moon, because even if you miss, you'll land amongst the stars. And write this down: I am a star. You see, I know when I see a star, and I see a star in you. You see, death is not the greatest loss we have in life. The greatest loss we have in life is what we allow to die inside of us while we're alive. You have to live life like you mean it. This is a speed bump. Don't turn it into a stop sign. Just slow down and listen to the calling on your heart, because your blessings are coming. You're going to move from stagnation to overflow. Your blessings are coming. You're going to move from lack to abundance. Your blessings are coming. You're going to move from confusion to clarity. This is the turning point for you. You were destined for greatness. You see, two roads diverged in a yellow wood, and I took the road less traveled by, and that has made all the difference. You see, I'm still the same girl with the same name. I just have a new mind and a different game. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yes, 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 yes. So powerful. Man. Glad that technology worked out for you. We got to hear those great words.
Yes. We have to persist.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. And that was wow. I just got finished mentioning how when Mr. Les Brown, when he says hungry, how that reminds me of the hyenas when they say Mufasa, and it just gives that little and she referenced the Lion King in her testimony. Wow, wow. That means we're supposed to be here. We are supposed to be here on this virtual platform with you all, sharing these wonderful testimonies and giving these great inspirational vitamins. And yes, please, by all means, continue to comment and react and share. And don't forget to go to lesbrownofficial.com for that Les Brown merchandise. If you want some inspirational merchandise, go ahead and go to lesbrownofficial.com and be sure to use the code HUNGRY77 for that 10% discount. So everybody loves a little discount. Don't we all? I don't care how much money I have, a little discounts is always welcomed. We're going to keep on going and flowing, So make sure you're still sharing and reacting, because I do still have another gift card to give out. So I still need those reactions in there. All right. Our next speaker is actually, he started his own detailing company 3 years ago with only one customer. And today he is successful. His business is successful, and he has over 600 customers and contracts. That is amazing. To start with one and now over 600. Talk about starting from the bottom. None other than Karom Layler.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to check my mic to see if everyone is hearing me. Are you hearing me? Thank you. Okay, so today we are going to talk about how to grow through your storm. How to grow through your storm and how to see yourself in this storm and keep growing. So, ladies and gentlemen, are you growing through your storm? Can I rephrase that? Are you growing through what you are going through today? In the comment, tell me some of the stuff that you are going through, some of the storms, the hurdles that you are going through, which are hindering you, which are holding you back, which are putting on chains on your hands in order for you to reach and stretch your goals, your dreams, your aspiration. In the chat box, let us talk about it today. Can I tell you something, ladies and gentlemen? The greater your storm, the brighter your rainbow will be. Yes. And sometimes the darkest nights produce the brightest stars. I can tell you that. The darkest nights produce the brightest stars, ladies and gentlemen. So let me encourage you today, ladies and gentlemen, to be strong, endure, persevere, and keep moving. That's the only way we are going to progress through any storm whatsoever, ladies and gentlemen. It is not how hard you can get hit, but it's so hard you can take hit and keep moving. It's so hard you can take hit and keep going. That's the symbol of progression. That's the symbol of progress. Life is like the 4 seasons, ladies and gentlemen. You won't get summer all year around. You won't get summer all year around. Some days, weeks, and months you may have to steadfast and persevere the hardness of winter while still producing, while still getting things done, while still paying your bills, while still doing the necessities. Ladies and gentlemen, in the hardness of winter, sometimes can be the hardest time in order for us to grow and the best time for us to grow. So ladies and gentlemen, life is going to knock you head on as well as from the back. But like my mentor Les Brown would say, if life knocks you down, ensure to land on your back. Because if you can look up, if you can just look up, I can tell you, you can get up. If you can just see the sky, there's an hope, there's optimism for you to get up. There's something for you to get up for. Allow me to share with you one of my many storms which I have grown through. Yes, one of my many hurdles which I have overcome and still going today. Once upon a time, I was working at a very prestigious organization in my country, Kingston, Jamaica. Wagwan, big up yourself. But I wanted more. I then realized there is more to life than just working at 9 to 5. Yes, and if it's that, you put it in the chat box. More to life than work to 9 to 5. More to life than just working at 9 to 5. We need to understand and embed that in our mental capacity. I was hungry. Like, I was literally hungry. I was hungry and I was miserable. So I told myself, I will not be a crumbs eater anymore. No, but a love seeker. So I will be seeking for the baker, if not the bakery. I was that ambitious. And yes, today I'm still ambitious like that. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, I left. Came to Canada to work on the farm work program, a very physical program. Can I tell you how rough and tough it was? Oh my God. It was a catastrophe. It was in a deplorable state. 3 bathrooms had to share among 38 guys. 2 stoves as well had to share among 38 guys. So it was a rat race at all times to shower and to cook. Plus, listen to this, plus we were nowhere whatsoever close to civilization. We were in the woods. I worked 7 days a week, 15 hours a day with a minimum wage of $10 an hour, like literally. That's how much I worth back then. Right there and then I told myself I had to leave my discomfort. Yes, my discomfort, but I wasn't planning on going back to my comfort, which is Jamaica. No. So I became an illegal immigrant here in Canada. In Jamaican term, they would say you run off. So after leaving the farm, I thought my storm would be over. But I had just begun. It had just begun. My storm had just begun. Like, really? Why? At one point, I was working 40 Canadian dollars a day, which works out to be $5 an hour, which is equivalent to 13 US dollars a day. Some of you guys are in the States, you exactly know the equation I'm talking about right here. At times, I would even get threats from my co-workers that they would call immigration on me. So I couldn't stay at one workplace for too long. You know why? Because of false evidence appear real. That is fear, which is fear. We need to look fear sometime in the eye and bullied fear. That's what we are. Bullied fear. After 4 years in the storm, immigration sent me back to Jamaica 2 days before my son was born. 2 days before my son was born. It was very harsh. I spent 1 year, 4 months in Jamaica before returning to Canada as a permanent resident in 2017, like literally 3 years ago. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? You know what? I was growing through what I was going through. Yes, I was growing through my storm. I knew it was a storm, but I was growing through. I was getting hit and I was keep moving. I was keep progressing. Life was knocking me from all angles, but you know what? I was always moving while taking hit. While taking it, I was always moving. And that's the only way you are going to grow despite the odds that are against you, ladies and gentlemen. That's the only way you are going to grow, when you can get and take hit while keep moving, while keep advancing. Today, I can proudly say that I am a Canadian citizen, married to a beautiful, sophisticated lady with 2 beautiful boys. An entrepreneur who fired his boss and hired himself along with his own employees. Yes, sometimes we have to be aggressive to fire the boss as well, to hire our own self as the employee with other employees as well. 2 years after fired my boss, yes, 2 years after fired my boss, I bought my first house, cars, business vehicles, enrolled in college, graduated from the Les Brown Poor Voice. And now, I'm a life coach who is uplifting, motivating, and inspiring people to grow through their storm too, to grow through what they have going through, and to grow through some of what I have been through. And that is why I'm here to you today, to share some of my experience and tell you, you can do it as well. But you have to be hungry. Be the eagle who would fly into the storm, but use it as an advantage to rise higher. Use it as an advantage to rise higher for a better view. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the storm of life, may your heart soar like an eagle. May your heart soar like an eagle. What do I mean exactly when I say grow through what you're going through? What do I mean exactly when I say grow through your storm? What do I mean? Listen, and this is what I mean. Take notes. Please, I'm begging you, take notes. So take the time out to work on yourself. Or take this time which COVID-19 has given to you to stay home, stay safe, and to save lives, which is good, and we should applaud you for that. But while doing so, use it. Use that time to educate, to sophisticate, and to meditate, and relocate your mindset. And that's the only way you are going to grow, despite the storm that you are in, despite the catastrophe. You will grow like the eagle above the storm and ride it as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, check, evaluate, and assess yourself. Examine yourself, then equip yourself with the necessities and the right tools you are going to need in order for you to be that person you were created to be, that handpicked, that deliberate selection from God, that wonderful man and woman that you are. Yes. So grow through what you're going through. I know it's tough, but be strong, because things will get better one day. It might be stormy now, but I can tell you this. It won't rain forever. Every storm has to come to a calm. It won't ready forever. So my question to you now, ladies and gentlemen, will you ready for the party when your storm is over? Will you ready for that extravagant party when your storm is over? Because listen, your storm, it's soon over. So now is the time for you to do what is hard in the midst of the storm. So therefore you can have it easy when your storm is over. Because if you do what is easy, then and only then your life will be hard. But if you do what is hard, my friend, I can tell you in the midst of the storm, your life will be easy at the end of it. You have to be willing to do the things that others are not doing, as well as going to places the crowd have never been. Yes, but leave a trail for someone to follow. Leave that trail for someone to follow. Set that example. After your storm is over, then you can look back in retrospect and say to yourself, I have endured difficulties that others would have found too much to bear. But even with the challenges, I appreciate life and see it as a wonderful gift. My gratitude is obvious. My perseverance is amazing. And my courage, yes, that word, courage. Type the word courage in your chat box. My courage is striking. I have a philosophy and I live by, and it shows I have demonstrated so much strength in the midst of the storm and held steady when the storm got rough, held steady when the test gets complicated. So today, I will rejoice with myself at every sign of hope, ladies and gentlemen, every moment of renewal. And I will celebrate the person who I was in the storm yesterday. Yes, that wretched person I was in the storm yesterday. And the person who I have become today, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm leaving this with you. Be prepared for the ending of the storm. Like my Les Brown mentor would say, it is better to be prepared for an opportunity that it's better to be prepared for an opportunity that doesn't present itself unto you, but to have that opportunity and you are not be prepared. So be prepared because the storm is coming to its end. So embrace, steadfast, persevere, and equip yourself and move forward. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, ladies and gentlemen. Be prepared. Go through what you are going through. Go through the storm and rise above it like the eagle. The eagle is the only bird that go into the storm, but use it as advantage. And I'm telling that to you. That's my story. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. And KaromeSpeaks.com?
Hello?
Yes.
Yes. How are you doing?
Appreciate that. Yes. Thank you so much for your testimony. You said you got to grow through the storm, and the darkest nights produce the brightest stars. I was like, okay. Yes, I definitely felt that. And I know some of you all did as well, because I saw the comments and the reactions now. I'm feeling the energy. I am definitely feeling the energy. I appreciate you guys still tuning in with us and still sharing and reacting and commenting. Love that internet energy since we can't be in the room together. All right, now we're going to keep on going and flowing. And our next great speaker is actually known as the Professor of Positivity. He is the co-founder of Empowerment Matters, LLC, and serves as a motivational speaker, coach, and leadership consultant. None other than John Gray.
Hey, how you doing? God bless you, everybody. And I am so thankful for this opportunity to Les Brown, the godfather of motivation, to John Talarico, the connector. Alicia, thank you so much for getting us ready. And Winnie, thank you so much for making sure everything was put together correctly. It is a blessing and an honor to be here today to just bring this word of hope and encouragement to you today. I am Dr. John Gray, aka the Professor of Positivity, and I am here to tell you something that you should already know, but you know, every now and then we need to be reminded. And what I want to tell you today is it takes a little more. It takes a little more. Now, I'm sure you're probably saying to yourself, I've heard that somewhere before. Yeah, you have. You heard that, the champion's logo. It takes a little more to be a champion. And I want you to know that whatever you aspire to do, whatever you aspire to be, it takes a little more. And if you're on this summit, and if you listen to all of these wonderful speakers drop so much motivational, inspirational jewelry on you today, then you're a part of that percentage that knows that it takes a little more. But maybe you're at a place where you're just stuck. Maybe you're at a place where you don't know what to do next. Here's what I'm gonna tell you what you do. One foot in front of the other, like my grandmother always said. Because guess what? Inches turn to feet. Feet turn into yards, and yards turn into miles. You have to keep moving and keep stepping. It takes a little more. Life is not going to stop coming at you simply because you have good intentions. Life is not going to stop happening to you simply because you have goals and ambition. As a matter of fact, the more you dream and the more you have goals and the higher you set your ambition, that's when life's going to come at you the most. So I'm here to just remind you, it takes a little more to be a champion. I was reminded that at an early age. At 7 years old, I learned it took a little more when I lost my mother to breast cancer. I learned that it took a little more when all of my brothers and sisters, I'm the youngest, I'm the baby of 9, and we were all sent to our various foster homes and shelters. And to this very day, we never shared the same roof as siblings ever again. I learned that it took a little more when I went to the foster home that really didn't want a foster kid, and they treated you like the foster kid. I learned that it took a little more when I got to the new school and my mother passed away August 16th, and I got to school first week of September, and the teacher tells me to write about how your summer went. And when I couldn't and I wouldn't, she announces to the class, I see we got another little hard-headed kid in the class. I learned then it was going to take a little more. I learned it was going to take a little more, that after all of my foster home issues and all of the things that occurred in my life, I thought I had what I've always dreamed about, to go live with my father. Yes, I got that call. I had that call and he said, come on, you son, come live with me. So I took all my belongings in 2 hefty bags. I got on a Greyhound bus and ended up at Penn Station in Newark, the place of my birth. And I got there with so much excitement, I couldn't believe it. I was finally getting what I wanted. Life couldn't get any better than this. And I called him with all of the joy and excitement a 13-year-old boy could muster and say, Dad, I'm here. And my father said very coldly and flatly, I don't know what you're doing here. I can't do nothing for you. Click, and hung up the phone. I knew at that moment it was going to have to take a little more. So here I am in the foster care system again, and I'm living in shelters in high school when people are worrying about their prom and they're worrying about whose boyfriend and whose girlfriend is this, that, and the other. I'm signing in and out of the shelter at Hayward House in East Orange, New Jersey. I knew it was going to take a little more when I got left back in 8th grade because the teacher wanted to make an announcement to the class and call me a stupid little boy. I knew it was going to take a little more. You see, I had something that I held on to. 2 things I held on to. One, the last time I saw my mother alive, a promise. She said, be good. And that promise, it sparked something in me from an intrinsic perspective that I held on to. And no matter what I faced, no matter what adversity I came across, I heard the voice of my mother saying, be good. The next thing I heard in my head was this song. And see, I like music because music is like the soundtrack of my life. And I heard this song it was a soundtrack to the movie The Greatest with Muhammad Ali. And I'm talking about the old school version where Ali played himself. And George Benson sang the theme song. It goes like this. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone who fulfilled my needs. A lonely place to be, but I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take, they can't take my dignity from me. The greatest love of all is inside of me. Ladies and gentlemen, it takes a little more to be a champion. So what I want to do very quickly with the little bit of time I have, I want to give you an acronym for champion as I've come to understand it. First, C, courage. You got to have the courage to fight the good fight. Like I said, life is not going to give you a free pass. You're going to have to knuckle up and fight. And you're going to have to put on that courage and go for it. Because life is not going to make it easy. Ladies and gentlemen, you have to fight for your purpose. The H is for hope. That hope is attached to a faith. Les Brown said that a faith that hasn't been tested can't be trusted. And life will test your faith. And you have to hold on to that burning ember of hope, no matter how dim it may look. But you have to hold on to something and just speak to yourself and say, it takes a little more, and I'm going to hang in there, and I'm going to run on and see what the end shall be. The A is for ambition. You got to be hungry. You got to want it. You got to want something so bad that you wake up thinking about it, that you go to bed thinking about it, that nobody can take that ambition from your heart. You see, people can take things away from you materially, but they can't take away the burning in your spirit, that ambition that says, I can do this. I can do this. The P, passion. Your passion is your permission to pursue your purpose. Let me say that again. Your passion is your permission to pursue your purpose. One more time for the folks in the back. Your passion is your permission to pursue your purpose. That burning in you is your yes. Stop running around looking for validation, affirmation, confirmation from people who don't dream like you dream, think like you think, act like you act, because they're going to simply talk you out of it. You keep that passion, that drive. That passion is your yes. The universe is giving you permission, and the passion is your permission. Inspiration, the I. Dream that scary dream. Dream that dream that when folk look at you and they feel like, what are you talking about? You want to do this? Absolutely. Let me explain something to you. I wrote a book called Quitting Was Not an Option, and I did some research, and this is about my life story. And I realized I'm called Dr. John E. Gray today, but I come from a line of ex-slaves and sharecroppers. I didn't even see a degree on anybody's wall. I never been to a commencement, and I had the audacity to want to be something I've never seen. Absolutely. Inspiration. You must have optimism. You must live in that silver lining zone. Don't let anybody steal your optimism. That thing that lets you see what other folk can't see. And the last, nerve. The nerve of you to want to be great. The unmitigated gall. The nerve of you to want to be successful. I remember when I told my foster parents I wanted to go to college, I literally got cursed out. Words that I heard that I can't say on this broadcast. But let me tell you something. I had the nerve to want to be successful. I wanted to have the nerve to change my family tree. I had the nerve to want to be great, and I still do. It takes a little more, ladies and gentlemen, to be a champion. God bless you, family. Hang in there. Keep grinding. And guess what? We're just getting started. Take care.
Wow. That was extremely powerful. And the P is what your passion is, your permission to pursue your purpose. Love that. Love that. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Man, that was so awesome. I have been so fed today. I've gotten so much inspiration, so many motivational vitamins. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much for feeding my hunger today, man. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. We're not quite done yet. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. I see all of your comments and your reactions and stuff. And remember that you can definitely get some motivational merchandise from lesbrownofficial.com. Remember to visit lesbrownofficial.com to get some of that merchandise and use the code HUNGRY77 for that 10% discount. Man, there's been some powerful people on this line. I'm just so blessed to be able to share this virtual platform. And now I'm going to bring back the co-creator of this Power Voice Summit. And he's also one of the top mindset coaches in the world. He's even coached Mr. Brown as his client. None other than Mr. John Talarico.
All right. Thank you, Cinnamon. Wow. What a great afternoon. Just amazing. A few short weeks ago, none of these speakers had any idea that they were going to be showcased all over the world. And just congratulations to all of them. They really came with some powerful messages. If you're watching this live or watching the replay, you know, I want you to decide to take action today, that this could be you next month when we have our next summit. So it's time to stop sitting on the sidelines of your life, right? Once you go to powervoicetraining.com, sign up, take action, and join us. Stop waiting for life to come to you, right? Seize the day and go after what you want. Make a commitment, right? That you're going to be taught by the one and only Les Brown, the greatest motivational speaker and motivator of our generation. 7 weeks live. You'll be with him as he teaches you how to connect to your power voice. And then I will stay on after every week, as I do, and teach you how to connect to more income and to the right network. And so, Cinnamon, I just want to say a huge thank you to you. You did an amazing job hosting our summit today. To all of the speakers, I want you guys watching this to remember most of these speakers 7 weeks ago had never spoken in front of a crowd, let alone thousands, let alone online broadcast live. So they all did an amazing job. And you saw that they didn't allow some of the small distractions, some challenges with the internet, right? And some nervousness to stop them. And so that is what's possible when you work with Mr. Brown, and he teaches you how to command a stage, how to take control, right? And how to win over your audience. And so I, again, would just want to thank all of them. I want to thank Mr. Brown personally. I want you to go to powervoicetraining.com and take action today. Join us. Be on that call next Wednesday, live with Mr. Brown. And before we go, I just want to say, stay tuned. We have a very special guest to close the show, the one and only Mr. Brown. But I want to say thank you to Winnie Shivers. She handles all the back office stuff for us, all the support. She did an amazing job today. Alicia Little and her sister Lorette for helping prepare the speakers, getting them all prepared. Their lighting, their camera, everything working properly so that they could do their very best today. Dolly and Fernanda for all that they do. They're part of my team. And of course, last but not least, my dear friend, the one and only Mr. Les Brown, who has now come back to close the afternoon for all of us. Welcome back, sir.
Well, it's such a pleasure to be here. I can say that I hear the footsteps of these speakers you had up in here, John. Let me tell you something. I know they're coming for me. You know, I just want to just tap in some things that I wanted to run around the house. It's cold outside, but I didn't have a jacket on. I was going to get my friend Tyrone. It's a squirrel that I talk to every day. Tyrone is my homie, and we were going to run together. One of the things that really got me, here's a quote, Kim, if you don't make the changes you need to make in your life, you become blind to them. Come on now. Because they call them scotomas, blind spots. And there's so many people become conditioned to their situation, to their circumstances. They don't see it anymore. It's less than what they deserve, but they are blind to it. They don't see it anymore. Something else that jumped out for me, that when I think about so many pearls, I mean, this was life transformative for me. And I love this, that one brother said, life brought me to my knees so I can stand up again. Oh, come on. I said, behave. Oh my goodness. Let me tell you something. Life happens to us and it's coming fast and hard. Oh my goodness. One person said, I built my business on rejection. And I mean, and Minsu, I'm glad he got on the right truck. Come on now. That's the truck that Jesus was driving, Allah and Muhammad. Come on, somebody. Woo! Some people go through life living by default. It's not even their life. They're living a misplaced life. You know what? When I heard these quotes by these speakers, I got on the floor and started doing push-ups. I was fired up and hungry. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. As we look at ourselves, look at where we are. These voices are needed. Somebody was talked back from the point of taking a permanent solution for a temporary situation. Somebody hearing these voices today. All of us have a frequency. Somebody heard a story today. That Lorraine, oh my goodness, that they re-looked at their lives and say, if she can face life like this with such historical good grace and faith, what right do I have to feel sorry for myself? What right do I have to take this life that does not belong to me? It's God's life in me expressing as me. Oh boy, this day, we need to boost this. People need to see this all over the world. And let's be clear. The majority of people will not watch it. Why? The majority of people are spectators. That's why Jesus said, all power is in my hands. Oh, by the way, the poor will always be among you. The people who watch and study this and listen to these 20 speakers, there will be millionaires, billionaires, but they won't be witnesses. They will not just be sitting there looking. The people who can see and hear what was said today, who sat down in the chair and who started looking, they got up and they became a different person because their mind was transformed. Their thinking was lifted. Their spirit was empowered. And they became, as I often say, a pencil in the hand of God and started writing a new chapter in their lives as they were watching. I am so proud. I was so moved. I was moved. And John, you and Winnie, the whole group, you done a good job, a great job. I was broken down several times. Cinnamon did a great job. When I heard the fierceness in Lorraine's voice, my granddaughter just went through that experience. And I'm going to make sure she sees this. I'm going to make sure. I was blessed today. I was blessed. I was blessed. I called my daughter my youngest daughter who has been diagnosed as positive. I said, are you watching, baby? She said, yes, Daddy, yes. I was blessed. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added unto you. When shall the kingdom of God come? The kingdom of God cometh not by observation. They shall say, it's neither lo there, or lo here. Behold, the kingdom of God is within you. The kingdom of God is voice activated. Voice activated. There are 20 voices today. I was activating the kingdom in thousands of people's lives around the world. I'm proud of you. Proud of you. But I ain't scared of you. Oh, behave. Hello. You make me randy, baby. Bye for now. You got it, John. Thank you. You guys done a great job. Thank you.